All right, so Lady Fubara, I hope you can share your screen. Do you know how to share your screen? Are you here? Lady Fubara, do you know how to share your screen?
Yes.
Okay, so what we want to do, well, you are all welcome to today's newbies orientation meeting. We try as much as possible to have this done um once in, sorry, that's better. We try to have this done once in a month. And so this is the last one for the year 2024. Thankfully to God. What we do here, just as the topic specifies, is to put through the newly um, added persons, because I believe that is when you know exactly what you are doing, that you can enjoy doing it. And I mean, if you don't know how to navigate through your home, even your own home, you are not likely to know how to get to where you want to get to. So we consider your back office as your new home. And we are looking at how we can help you to navigate through so that you can understand the business properly, and then you can scale in it. Without this knowledge, everything people say in whatever platform you are will look very strange to you. You will agree with me. A lot of lingos go into the business. They are just lingos, just as you have good morning, good afternoon, good evening. They are just very simple things. But you see, your knowledge is limited to what you know. That's just what it is. But this is why we do this in this our own structure. At least we try to do, like I said, once in a month. And so this is the one for December 2024. By the grace of God, you will need to be able to share your own screen. It's part of the learning curve. A lot of people learned doing this on a call like this, which is okay. And during the course of this teaching or training or talking or conversation, whichever way you want to look at it and whatever name you want to give to it, please feel free to ask your questions. Like have always said to people, ask until your joy is full. That is why you are here. Don't look at anybody. Don't think of what anybody is saying. We're all learners. Nobody brought anything, you know, to this world, for instance. And of course, we know that definitely we are not taking anything. So this is why it is imperative for us to also pour out what we have to people, because we definitely know that we did not bring anything to the world and we're not taking anything. So even your knowledge, you didn't bring to the world. What we are going to share, I didn't bring to the world. So feel free to ask your questions. We don't have, in my own opinion, there isn't any question that is stupid, because if this person knows it all, he or she will not ask. I've asked a lot of questions as well, and it's in asking that you can actually know. Without you asking, you're not likely to know anything. So please feel free to ask. If we ask you to share your screen, if you do not know how to do it, tell me. That could be one of the things you will first learn, and then we move on. So we want to do orientation. And the way we start it is to go through your house. That's your back office. And I'm not going to share my own back office with you, because I definitely know my own house. That is why I want to show you yours. Okay. So we'll take it. The person that wants to show us his or her own should let us know Lady Fubara had already said that she knows how to share her screen. So
Yes,
please
ma'am.
share your screen with us. Just go to your RoyalQ app and let's start from where we need to start.
Okay, ma'am. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, ma'am.
All right. Is your account is bound to Binance, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this is where I want us to start. Where you have the Binance logo, just click on it. No, not click on the Binance logo, the arrow below the Binance logo, so that I can show you on all the other exchanges we have in RoyalQ. So go a
Let me.
step backward.
This is
That logo, the Binance logo is that logo to your left under the um, minute counts up to your left. There's
okay.
the logo. Yeah, great. So for everyone, these are all the exchanges you can literally bind your RoyalQ to. I believe we all know what an exchange is right now. If you do not know, please ask. So all these exchanges you can bind, and this means that you can trade your coins on RoyalQ using these exchanges. The Binance, the KuCoin, the Bybit, the HTX, Mexi, all of them that you are seeing here, and the newly added the Gate.io. Okay, so these are the exchanges. Now, click it off and go to the extreme right. On your extreme right, you will see a shield. Can you see the shield?
this
Okay,
one.
yeah. This shield is your security log, as you can see. When you click on that, you will see where your account had been logged into recently. These logs, yeah, these logs in, if they are not yours, if you see anyone that looks like, oh, I didn't do this, you need to report immediately to RoyalQ because it happens. Some people may have your login details and then they are using your account with you. So when you are checking, you can make sure anyway that nobody has your login details. Make sure that your login details are either in your own hands or in trust. I don't even know how you may want other people to have your login details when you are trading by yourself. Because I've actually had an experience while doing this, basically with a downline. It was in my office, and well, we just noticed that somebody logged into his account. Apparently, he went for a real-time training, and then I think he had a complaint, and he told the convener of that meeting, who he didn't know from Abraham from anywhere.
Yeah.
So he yielded the um, login details to him, and the rest is history. Fortunately, the man logged into his account not to steal. I don't know why, but we saw his own login with his own phone on that account. So immediately we called him up and then we changed my own downlines. password. So that man could have traded, he could have taken out his money, he could have done anything with his account. So be very careful. This is why you need to know what to check on your account. So you can click the back arrow. When you want to leave here, always click the back arrow to the top left. And I'll tell you why when we get to your setup. When you get to your trade setups, I'll tell you why it is good for you to use that back arrow at the top as against the back arrow below. There's also a back arrow below, but it's better you use that one at the top. Now, beside the shield, there is a bell. Click on the bell. I hope we are all following. These are the news, the system news. You can see you might have not visited here. Is where you see what is going on in your account. Okay, what Binance is going to do, what Mexi has done, or what they are likely to do, and so on and so forth. Okay, you can see when your account was trading, it stopped margin calls because you didn't have sufficient balance. You might have been wondering why did that happen? So where you need to come to when you see anything, the very first port of call is here. When you see anything you are looking at and you feel, oh, what's happening here? Just come to that news place and read up. You're likely to see what is going on in your account. Click back. Now you can see some rolling adverts. That's what they are. They are just information, pieces of information for us, what you're supposed to check, what RoyalQ will never do. RoyalQ will never request a deposit from you. You can easily navigate all those kind of news. That's what you have. And just below it, you also have news. You have information. Just below, you can see the information rolling. Okay. Now, in front of the information bell rolling under the advert, there are 3 lines. Click on the 3 lines. All right. At least I always advise that you check those 3 lines at least once in a week. Once in a week. Okay. You have latest announcements there. You have coins that are being listed in all these exchanges. All the coins in exchanges don't get there once. When exchanges see good coins that are being offered to come on them, they list them. And they also delist some. They delist some of them that are not working according to their policies. Okay? This is why it is good for us to check at least once in a week, because you might be trading a coin that is going to be delisted. What does it mean when we say a coin is going to be delisted? This means that it's leaving the exchange. You don't want to work with these developers again. The coins are going away. So if you are trading these coins, you will need to do something drastic about them. That's not the lesson for now, but we can talk about that in our trainings on the platforms. But I just want you to know that it's good for you to check those 3 lines, to click on them at least once in a week, to check the latest announcements. Click on the next to latest announcement. You will see new listings. These are the coins that are being listed. You need to be well informed. You need to see them, whether there are things you want to trade, And then if they are newly listed, you need to add them. And we are going to get to where we add coins from the exchange to our RoyalQ trading platform. We'll get there in a bit, but these are the new listings that you'll be seeing. You need to add them. And then the third one, can you click on that as well? Yeah. Sorry. Okay, so removal notice. That's what we are saying. What they are removing. They are removing bond from Bybit, futures trading. We don't actually trade futures, so that's not our cup of tea. We trade sports. Sports trading is where you trade and you don't have any fear of any loss because you buy when it is low and you sell when it is high. Whatever goes up must come down. That's the rule of the game. And whatever goes down must surely come up. It's the rule of the game in sports trading. But in future, it is not like that. You can easily lose your money in future. Okay. Yeah. So that is all the removal notice, all the notices you need to take cognizance of and all of that. Click on the back arrow, please. Yeah. So just below that, you can see your API binding. I believe you all know this by now because you've done your binding. Then next to API binding, you have your um details. You have the details of your earnings, okay? Your revenues, how you are earning. If you have earned anything, if you click on that place, if you want to show us your earning, you can as well just click it and let's see. Yeah. Today's profit details and cumulative profit details. This is what you have had so far. And I trust God that this 0.728 will soon turn to 728.7 in
No,
Jesus.
no. Amen.
It is also one of the reasons we are doing what we are doing. I believe you just took that chance and said, let me to try. You might not know exactly what you were doing, but it's a good try. And so that people don't do trial and error. This is why we are undergoing this exercise. And I hope it pays off at the end of the day. So click the back arrow. The next one to that is your reward details. Your reward details. Now, your reward details include your full details. That's what you just showed us. If you click on activation gain, that's the next to full details, activation gain. This is where your profits, have you added anybody? You have a group? I mean, you have a member already?
No, ma.
How come you have $30 as profits as your activation gain?
Um, okay, please, ma, I would like to have that conversation with you in private.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So direct quantification. Anyway, the activation gain is what you have when you bring anybody in. On V1, you are paid $30. On V2, you're paid $40. On V3, $50. And so it's good for you. Just as somebody has already taken $30, bringing you in, you also should strive to tell others, not only because of what you want to even gain, but because this is a good business that can enrich others, that can empower others. So we try as much as possible to spread it like the gospel, because especially in that country, Nigeria, although RoyalQ is for all over the world, but in that country, Nigeria, I mean, we are going through a lot, and you can be your brother's keeper by telling them what works, because this business works. It's a business that you don't lose anything, but you have everything to gain, especially if you are patient enough. Now, go to your team quantification. This is what you have. You are not likely to have anything here for now because you've not brought in um, members. But just for this purpose of training, this is where you will see your quantification for your team because whenever anyone in your team trades, RoyalQ has the culture of sharing their own profits. They take 20% of what that person is trading. And then when it gets to you, their partner, it becomes 100%. And then they share it, along like that, up to your uplines and all the way up. So these are some of the things you also enjoy having a team. Okay. You also have global and all of that. We have apart from direct quantification, you have team quantification, you have global quantification, you have all sorts of quantifications. Some of us that have teams, we already enjoy this like all the time, every day. So even when you are not trading, you are still having money in your account because you've done well by telling others. Okay. If you have questions as we go on, do well by putting them in the chat box so that you don't forget or you write them down. Oh, Muti, good morning. How are you? Just seeing your message. All right. So, yeah, that's your um reward details. The next to it is your assets. Asset is what you have. This is where when you were going to activate your accounts, this is where the money you put would be. And also, if you have made any money at all in RoyalQ, this is where you will see it. Every other money made in your trading goes to your wallet in your exchange. They don't stay on RoyalQ. I want to repeat that. And that is one of the reasons we believe in RoyalQ. All the money you make in trading with your capital stays in your account. This is why we know that we cannot lose money because you can't lose what is in your custody, except if you are careless and you throw it out by yourself. So in this asset wallet, the money you make here is like if you bring in anybody, okay, the affiliate income comes into this asset wallet. When you are trading and your people are trading, the people you brought in, and RoyalQ is sharing dividends with you, this is where you will see it. And you can withdraw. That's why you have that withdrawal. What you need to do is to click on withdraw, put your wallet address in your exchange, and withdraw to your account. Okay? You can also transfer. What transfer means is that, for instance, now, if Lady Fubara wants to be very generous and just wants to dash Lady Muti some money, you don't really need to go to First Bank, Zenith, and all of that. You have some money in your account in RoyalQ, maybe some money you made by bringing people in or by trading, and your people are trading. You just transfer to our own RoyalQ asset wallet. That's what transfer means, and it's with zero transfer fees. You don't pay anything transferring. But when you are withdrawing, you will need to pay the withdrawal fees. I think $2 or thereabouts to wherever you are transferring to. When you want this deposit is when you want to put money into your RoyalQ account. For instance, if your fuel fees is done with and you want to put more money, you just click on the deposit, collect the deposit account details, go to your exchange and transfer money there. I hope we are clear on this. If we are, please click on the back arrow and we go to the next thing. Now, the next one to that is your invite a friend. We've talked about that. This is where you pick your link. That's your invite link. If you click on the copy in front of the link, it copies to your, it copies to your clipboard, and then you can share. Don't give out your invitation code. Try and give out the link. So the person you are giving, just click on it and will be right where it's supposed to be, as against the code and all of that. So that's your link. And if it's a face-to-face invitation, the person can just scan your code. You can scan that code that you are seeing there. I hope we are clear on this. This is one of the very first things you should know how to do because you want to invite others. So you just click on that invitation, um, invitation thing in front, and you click it and you spread the word. Click back. Let's go to user guide. This user guide, unfortunately, many people don't come here, but it's the best place to be in RoyalQ because you have everything you need to get by in this business. You have here in this your guide. Please make it your friend. How you are going to bind, how you are going to lose, how you are going to pray is all here. You know, introduction to indicator, introduction to RSI, introduction to MACD, you know, all the questions are answered here. If only we can just take our time to read how to create strategies, you know. The only thing is they have given you all that it is to RoyalQ. So some of them you do not need. So if you are that person that is easily uh who is there that is easily confused, you may need to ask questions. All right, I do not know who your direct upline is. Can you please unmute and let us know who your direct upline is? Okay, Mutsi. Mutsi is capable of telling you how to activate, but yeah, we can look at this as well so that you too can learn it and you can immediately, copy your link and send out. You are welcome. The Lord will bless the business in your hand just as He's blessing it in our own hands. All right, so our the person sharing, where are you? You have taken us to where we don't know. All right, so we were on the user guide, and I was just saying that we should be very familiar with our user guide. Please make sure you go through, and when you see anything that you have not heard any one of us talk to you about, like future trading, grid strategy, you can just skip all of those. Don't try to experiment with everything. Ask questions on the group. As soon as you are activated, you know, you can. I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself. I just assume that everybody knows me. My name is Olaoshibikon. Okay. You can call me okay. Those are my initials. So please don't get annoyed if I don't put Mr. in your name or Mrs. or whatever, or princess or prince. Just call me okay. It's okay to call me okay. So because I have that kind of mindset, in any official meetings, I will call you by your first name or your name that I see appearing. Okay. So Diron, you don't mind me calling you Diron. You might be older than I am. It's not an act of rudeness. It's just an official thing. Okay. So Diron, as soon as you activate your robots, I'm sure Mutsi will add you to the membership platform. And on that platform, you get used to what you need to pick. Fubara is already on that platform. You will know what to read in this user guide. Even if you read everything, you know the ones to apply. Please don't go putting everything because you can get yourself so confused and everything will become a mess. And then if you are not too sure, please ask on the chosen platform. We may add you people to larger platforms, but the place to ask your questions first is the chosen platform, Flourishing Chosen Ones. That is our mother's room, kind of where you can ask any question at all. That nobody will embarrass you. But if you go outside to ask them, ordinarily, even in the real world, there are some questions you don't ask in the marketplaces. If you ask in your mother's room, your mother will be kind enough to give you the instructions you need to go about whatever it is. But when you go to ask in the market, people are likely to abuse your mother. Ah, is it that you don't have a mother? What's this one asking us? Why should you come and ask this in public? So that also happens on online businesses. So please do well by asking on our own platform first, except if is a following question on that bigger platform and you believe that it is on that platform that you can tag and ask. It's not that we should be mute on bigger platforms. I'm just saying that the questions that you can consider that people can embarrass you on, make sure you ask in the chosen platform. I'm sure your direct uplines who have been so instructed will talk to you more about this. I just don't want anybody to be embarrassed, and I don't want you to be upset about what people, because when you have 1,000 plus people on a platform, then you also have all shades of characters, and some people are just there to embarrass people. Some are there to help, while some are there to embarrass. So that's just what I'm saying. Now, please press the back button and let's go to the next thing. You have the mentor. Click on the mentor. You are still in beginner's guide. Click your back button and go to mentor.
Not active. I'm seeing done. Should I click on done?
Yeah, maybe you can do that, or you
Okay.
go to mentor. All right, so in this place, what you do is that you choose who you want to be your mentor. Your mentor is that person who is on V2 upwards. So most of the time, your direct upline, who is likely to be on V1, cannot mentor you. But the person will be your inviter or whatever they call them. Okay. So your mentor is any V2 to V6 in your structure that you see as mentoring you. Okay. This person is the one teaching you what to do, is the person you see as knowledgeable, that you can ask questions, that you can, your go-to person, Sha. You know what mentoring is all about. In mentee mentoring space, it is you as the mentee that should look up to a mentor and you should ask questions. Don't expect your mentor to be the one pursuing you. For instance, you will have seen on that platform, if you're on the chosen platform, I don't really run after people. I would put advices there, and then I will ask you to do your own research. I will help by, showing the path, but I'm not going to see that when we wanted to have this meeting, what I did was to say, okay, we're going to have the newbies orientation meeting. for so time that is convenient for me, and I said somebody should post. It wasn't as if I didn't know where the um, link was. I mean, it's my link, it's my Zoom link. I could have posted it, but I also wanted you guys as the mentees to be involved. So this is why we are talking about this. You have to be involved on the platform. Don't expect me mentoring you to be chasing you, because this thing that we are doing, like um, I'm I used to be 9 hours behind Nigeria. I've come to another place where I'm 7 hours behind Nigerian time. So you can imagine that it's pretty uncomfortable for me doing this, but it's a sacrifice that has to be given. What we are doing is to be able to make sure that we make people comfortable enough in this business for them to understand it and scale in it, because it is in you understanding it. You know, we all have our stories. If you do not understand, you cannot conveniently make money. And this is why we are doing this. It is not something that is convenient for me at this time at all. So nobody should expect me to now be chasing them around. This is why I'm talking about mentoring now. If you find me as your mentor, then my name that you can use is Flourishing K. Your direct upline will let you know. Um, for you, Lady Fubara, your upline is not here. Do you have a mentor already?
No, I don't, ma.
Okay. Let me spell I'm not saying make me your mentor by all means. Take your time. Since you said you have just joined, take your time, look through people, make sure that you are choosing the right person for you as your mentor. Your direct, um, not necessarily going to be your mentor, because she's still on V1. She cannot mentor for now.
But
The
how do I really look through people? How do I go about it?
Okay, like for instance, what do you mean by going through people?
No, like
Is it
look through
here
people,
on this
you know.
platform? If you want to check through who mentors are,
Oh, this place where we are now, this mentor page, does it mean
yeah.
that I can click on any one of them and let's just say I want to take this
Okay, so
Sajani.
for instance, if you know the person you want to choose, okay,
Okay.
like you know me and you want to show, or you want to show that you want to show up my name as the your mentor, you will
Okay.
search for my name. Like my own name is Flourishink, Flourishing K. Flourishink, Flourishing K. There's actually a post, a pinned post in the group that says, if you want me to be your mentor, this is my name, and this is how to go about it. Is on the Flourishing is N, not M,
Okay.
NK, and then you
Because
search. The K is capital,
okay.
and then you search.
Yes. Okay.
It comes up, and then you now put the plus. That is if that is what you want to do. So if you look and you want to choose Mutsi, for instance, and that's you will search for Mutsi, it will come up like this, and then you add the plus. Mutsi
Can
will
we
be
have
your
more than one mentor?
no, you can only have one mentor.
Okay,
I'm
ma.
saying if it's Muti, I'm just saying if it's another person you want to choose, then you can look through the number of mentors. You can see the number of mentors there. You can also look through and see anybody that catches your fancy. But you must be sure that it's somebody that can really mentor you, that you can get to, that you can talk to, that has the knowledge that you require. So that's all about mentorship. Go back. Then under more, you have, I believe you should have your quantitative training, your user benefits. We are going to get to see that when we get to mine, user benefits, circle owners, my sync strategies, my counselor. Your direct is your counselor. Your direct upline is your counselor. Then the price.
Okay.
These are all going to be seen under mine. So don't let us go through this so that we are not duplicating this and we can get off the call on time. Okay, so under all of this, you can also see your home page. We're actually in the home page. We will come back to this um, place where you need to add your coins, where you have change, what all those means, and all of that. You can see the coins that are going to be delisted in Binance, Acro, BLZ, DAR, WRX. So you don't choose those coins when you want to trade. Now you have home, you have strategy, you have circle, you have news, and you have mine right at the bottom of your screen. We are in home. Click on strategy. Okay, so it's on this strategy that you have your trades. I'm going to let you know what you're supposed to be doing, like how many coins you're supposed to be trading. What's your trading capital? From what I can see here, your trading capital is about $100.
Yes, ma. $80.
There's no reason why you should be trading 2 coins. Whoever has advised you on this did not do well. You're supposed to be trading 1 coin. It's better for you to trade 1 coin, compound, keep increasing rather than having to cope with 2 coins. Because you also know that the more your capital, the more your gains, your profits. And you don't need to be scattered all over the place, trading so many coins at a time. I normally advise that if you are trading with $100, even $200, trade 1 coin so that you can have something substantial and you are not just scattered all over the place. This 1 million baby doll now is on minus 15%, whereas your Manta is on minus 6%. Well, you started it. It will end well in Jesus' name. It will end in praise. But try as much as possible to put your mind in 1 coin. We will go through how to choose your coins well now so that even when you are trading one, at least you are sure that it will deliver a certain amount for you, and then you can compound during the next trade until your capital increases. Okay, so this
Okay.
is where you see the trades you are going through. Now let's go to Circle. When you are on Circle, what this means is that there are some people in RoyalQ. This is what they do for a living. You can sync on their circles. We have somebody in our structure that is doing this. What this means is that you only just sync on their own strategies. You are not putting up the strategy by yourself. You are not really looking at anything. They will choose the coins for you. They will choose how you are going to run it. It goes in circles. What circles means, circle trading means that you are the RoyalQ bot is trading for you, is buying when it's low, is selling. It's just, no, you can't really say for sure that it's going to buy when it's low. That's the one thing that is a low side of circle trading. So cycle means buying, selling, dropping, buying, selling, on and on in a circle, as against one shot. One shot is another strategy that's just like um it just it sells once, it goes sell for you once, drop your um capital and your profits back in your exchange, and until you go back there again to say, okay, I want to start another trade, then you pick another trade and you go on and on like that. That is one shot. But when you come under these circle owners, they do circle trading. So it goes on, on. Some of them know how to do it because they will give a preset price. They will monitor, like the person we have in the structure. We can talk more about that on the platform. Can just put you on circle. Another low side to circle trading anyway is the fact that you're not going to make as much a profit as when you are choosing the coins by yourself and you are on top of the game and you are trading one shots. But it takes all the thinking off you. If you are a very busy person, you can just think on the strategy of the person in our structure that is doing an amazing job. But be rest assured that your profit is not going to be as much as if you are doing one shot and you are picking the coins and you are looking at the narrations or the narratives by yourself. But it's also a good way to trade. Can you go to the next thing, please?
Can you run both concurrently? You're doing one shot and also
Yes,
syncing it.
yes, you can. You can. You can think, like, for instance, if you have maybe $1,000 to trade or $500 or even $200 to trade, you can sink $100, sink coins on $100, and you use the remaining $100 to pick trades by yourself, and you are doing. You can also pick trades by yourself and still trade in cycles. You can still trade in cycles. But well, when you are on cycle owners strategies, it's always in cycles. The trades are always in cycles. But to your question, yes, you can use part of your trading capital to do your own picking, which you can also trade. My point is, you can also trade even your own picks. You can trade in cycle strategy, cycle strategy, and you can do one shots.
So
And
how
you can also trade on cycle owners strategy, and you can do both of them concurrently. I hope that answered your questions.
yes, ma, but there's a follow-up question. I understand circle owner strategy well and saying that I can do both of them concurrently. However, I don't understand me trading myself on circle strategy.
Okay, so the circle owners is where we are, and that's where we are talking about.
Yes,
These are
yes.
people on whose strategies you can trade. They have the strategy, they do everything for you. Your own is just to sync on and you are going. But they trade in what we call cycle. They are circle owners. That is CIRCLE. Okay? Cycle is a form of trading strategy. Do you get it now?
Yes, ma.
So you are either trading in one shot or you are trading in cycle. Cycle is CYCLE. Do you get that now?
Okay, ma.
Cycle is the strategy. Cycle is the um, ownership of the people who own some strategies you can trade
O-
on.
Okay, ma. So the one I'm doing now in this place, is it cycle strategy?
This one is one shot, but you are picking the trades by yourself. If you are on Circle, that is CIRCLE, somebody is picking for you and the person is trading it, is the one watching over it, is doing it for you. And you are going to pay him for doing that too. It's not free. Apart from the money that RoyalQ will deduct, the 20, when you are trading with RoyalQ app, you share your profit as 80-20. You take 80, RoyalQ takes 20%. Apart from that, if you are thinking on people's strategies, if you are thinking on circle owner strategies, they take a percentage. I know that it ranges, some take 2.5 to 1.55 to whatever. It's been long since I did that, but I know that a person who is uh, um, circle in our structure that is running circle that can do, you can on whose strategy you can run charges 2.5% of your
Okay.
profit. So you have to share profits with them. This is probably why you earn lesser than you doing it yourself. For me, um, when we go through this, you'll be able to make up your mind really on what you want to do. But for me, choosing it yourself is more um, fulfilling,
Profitable. Okay.
apart from it being profitable. Because everything is not about money. You are in this for certain skills that you can stand up at your secondary school or students association and you are saying, I want to teach you something new. Today, I want you to know about trading in crypto. And then they are looking at you because you are age mates, but you've already gone past them. I mean, that's something you should be proud of, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
You are with your siblings, you are speaking some other languages that they do not understand, and you are putting them through. You are that knowledgeable person right now. So it's a skill that I think everybody should have. The person in our structure that has the circle, now that joined the circle owners and is helping people to do this, only just started as well. And he did well for himself by learning the skills, going a step further. And you too, who says you cannot own the circle tomorrow if that is what you want, if that is your ambition? That's his own way of helping people. And before you know it, he can have 1 million people sinking on his strategy. That's a lot of money because it's taking 2.5% of their profits. It can come in, it can trickle in $0.1, but when you have 1 million people on your strategy, if that is your ambition, you know, he joined newly. I think he joined this year, earlier this year or late last year. No, earlier this year by Taj. And he's doing an amazing job right there. So that is it. If he didn't learn the skills, there's no way he would be there, you know, now helping people to do what he's doing. Yeah. I hope you are clear about
Yes,
the
yes, ma'am.
cycle as in trading strategy and circle as in owners of um, strategies, circle owners. All right.
Okay,
So
ma'am.
let's go to the next column, which is the news. We've already talked about that earlier. So you have news, market news. You can join some group chats if you have the time and energy. Price alerts. If you set price alerts, this is where you will see them and all so on and so forth. Let's go to mine. Mine. Okay. Your account has not been properly branded, maybe because one of my 9 to 5 businesses is a branding. I hate to see accounts like this, HGPJ5RRN. So click in that on that arrow in front of your name, so to say. That's what they have given you. That's the name they have given you now. In this place, you can customize your account. You saw that my account, by the way, I have many accounts. The one I showed you that is Flourishing K is one of my accounts, but at least you could see that I had my picture. So you can have your picture changed. This avatar, you just click on the avatar and you get a picture from your phone and put there if you want that. And I think you should want it. It makes it more corporate, more beautiful. And I think I like that. But the one I really wanted to change right away is this nickname. Your name is not HGPJ53RN. Now delete it and put the name you want to see there. Okay. If Fubara has not been taken, they will give it to you. So that is it. You can see that you can relate with this. Your
Yes.
uplines can see when you are performing well. If you are not doing what you're supposed to do, they'll be able to tell you that, hey, this is it. Um, your account is not trading or something like that. But with HGPIJK11, it might not be that possible. So if you want to change your avatar now, you can. If you have a fine picture you want to put there, or if you want me to borrow you my own picture, I can borrow you one. I have a lot of pictures
I'll
that I
do
can,
that later.
beautiful picture. You don't want us to see your pictures. I'll come back to see. All right.
Thank
So
you.
you just go into your phone and do the needful. Right. So that's done. I hope others, you are following with us. That's what you are supposed to do with yours as well. You see, in all of these things, you see that place, that golden yellow place, where you have view your permission and all of that.
Yeah.
You can click on everything on RoyalQ. Please don't click on delete or cancel. Don't click on cancel because when you click on cancel, it becomes a long thing. Okay? But
Okay.
you can permit, because that's where you see when your account will be due for reactivation. You can
Mm.
see it that your next, they've already put your next activation there. Can you see it?
Yes, ma'am.
It's always a year after your first activation. Remember, the $120 you paid was for 1 year annual rental. So I always advise people to permit automatic reactivation because you can forget. If you forget to activate when you are supposed to activate in a year's time, your entitlement, whatever entitlement you have, will go to your direct upline
Mm.
because your account is not activated. But if you put automatic activation as your permission, so you can click on view permission now and let us see. I always advise that people should put, Muti, I hope your own is on, and the other people, I hope your account is on auto activation. View permission, click on view permission. Okay. What can you say there? Your
Huh?
next billing is on automatic.
Actually,
It's on automatic. So if you turn it off, it will be turned off. So what happens when your account is due is that you just must make sure that you have $120 and over in your asset wallet. The asset wallet, I told you that that is where money made in RoyalQ is warehoused.
What are you looking for?
Okay.
Okay,
Check on by the bedsheet, please.
please, if you have your microphone on and you are not the one talking, kindly mute your mic. You're disturbing the class. All right, so yours is in auto. That's fine. Now, user benefits. User benefits. Go to user benefits. These are the benefits inherent in RoyalQ. We've talked about that. If you bring anybody in, you are paid $30 on your level. When you move to V2, you are paid $40, and then you share their rewards. Go
What
back.
are the
Let's move to
criteria
Z.
for moving to V2
Okay, for moving to
or
V2,
even
you will
V1?
need to have directs. You will invite 3 direct persons by yourself. 3, at least
Okay.
3.
Then for V1,
No, you are still in V1. I'm going somewhere. If you want to move
okay.
to V2 from V1, you will have at least 3 persons you have invited directly. The number of people on your team must be 20. So why I put forward that you will have 3 directs is that your 3 directs could be the people that will bring in the remaining 17 people, but you will
Okay.
have 20. So it's not compulsory that you are the one bringing all the 20. That's what that means. If you bring in 3, but I would always advise that right from your V1, bring in at least 5 directs, 5 persons directly. And I'll tell you why. When you get to V2 and you want to move to V3, you need 5 directs. At that stage, when you're on V2, is somehow for you to just be looking for directs when you should be encouraging your downlines to bring in people. You are now the ones struggling to bring in people directly. So you are building the team, and then the 3 persons you are bringing in as your direct in V1 can actually be yourself, 3 of yourself. You are building other 3 accounts under your account because you need them to move on as you go to V2, as you go to V3, as you go to V4, V5. You need those 3 persons. So they can be yourself, they can be your children, they can be your spouses, they can be your sisters, they can be your mothers, they can be your fathers. It can be somebody you are very comfortable building under, because these 3 will also need to grow before you can also grow to V3. Do you get the drift now?
Yes, ma'am. But
That
if,
is
let's
why.
say, I want to get another account, just like you are saying, in order for me to move, can I use the same Binance, Abby, to bind the account?
Okay, so yes, you can bind multiple accounts to one exchange.
Okay.
Okay, but
Okay, ma'am.
we are not going to be able to trade the same coins on both of them at the same time. So the coins you are trading on one account will be different from what you are trading on the other account. The money may be coming from one exchange, that's okay. And then when you want to start another account, you must have another email address.
Oh, okay.
You cannot use the same email address. The system will be telling you that that account has been taken up.
Okay.
You have to have multiple email addresses, and then you can do that. Then another rule that has come up by RoyalQ is that you must keep all your accounts active. So even if you have Like me, I have 5 accounts in RoyalQ. All the 5 accounts have to be kept active. So make sure that you bring up the number of accounts that you can keep active. And it's good that you can bind all of them to one exchange. So it makes your job easier. So if you are trading one coin on one account, you can be trading another coin on another account, you can be trading on another coin. It makes it easier. That wasn't in operation, or I didn't know about that when I started. So I've already put all my trades on different exchanges, which is okay by me because I also have feelings of all those exchanges. Like the coins on Binance may not be pumping as much as coins on Bybit and Mexi or other accounts. So it gives me, it's okay. I don't have any regrets at all.
Okay.
Yes, Mutsi, you can bind 2 exchanges to other account. You can bind your accounts to 2 exchanges and then you trade the coins on those exchanges. I hope that was what you were saying. So for instance, I have 5 accounts. These 5 accounts are bound to 5 different exchanges, and I trade the coins in those exchanges on those accounts. That's what I just explained. Let's go to the next thing, which is your API binding. You don't need to look at that because you already know a lot about binding. That's why you are here. Now, your team, click on team, because so many people get this wrongly. When you invite people to your team, this is where you see them. Okay. So for your account now, it's showing that you already have somebody as a junior, as a team member. Now, if somebody signs with your link, if you send your link to somebody today, and this person signs with your link, okay, and the person has not activated his or her account, you will still see the person appearing here as your team member. Please don't start quarreling that, oh, I'm supposed to have 10 team members. How come they've not given me $300 as their affiliate bonus? They have not activated. They may put them as your team members, but you will see they will put you, they will let you know how many people have activated. In this your case now, they put 1 person activated, 0 people inactivated because they don't have them. If you scroll down, you will see that this 1 person is a junior. You see that J in front. That's how you know how many activated members you actually have. A lot of people, once you start giving your, and please make sure that this person, you should have invited this person if it's not your own account to this meeting, so that the person also could have done the branding of the name. So just as it has been done for you now, try and do this for this person because I don't really like D771, YQQ, all of these things. It's honestly speaking, it irritates me because I mean, this is nobody's name. And I just like us to do that first thing first. Then another thing you do is you choose your mentor because you will definitely need to talk to somebody. And when you keep talking to this person needs to know that, yes, I'm mentoring you. I can then do it um, dutifully. Now, that's it about, you can see what I just told you. Your junior to middle, before you can get to middle broker, you must have 20 persons in your team. And then the number of junior should be 3. Now you have 1/3, you need 2 more to make up the statutory numbers of juniors you need to have, 3 directs. Then the number of people in your team will be or should be 20. Okay? Do we all understand this?
Yes, ma.
All right. So let's go to the next thing. Reward details. I think we've talked about that. That's your reward. That's your full details. Your activation gain, your direct quantification. Your direct quantification, go to direct quantification. That's what you are making. And that's what we are saying here as your all, because, and then the activation and all of that. All right. You don't have a team quantification yet because the team members have not started trading. Okay, so let's go to the next thing. We've already done that. Circle owner. If you want to look at it, the income details on Binance, you are not, because you are not tied to them. You're not thinking on their strategies, so you won't see anything here. But if you are, then their profit details, their income details will be here for you to see how much they have made off you. Let's go to the next thing. Now, my synced strategy is still talking about Circle and the strategies you have synced to them. And you have to take cognizance of this. It is different from the next thing. Go to the next one that we want to look at, which is not actually the next thing, but we are going to look at my strategy setting. Don't confuse my strategy setting with my synced strategies. They are different things. You already have settings here. If you are not comfortable with these settings, even if you are comfortable, because you're not the only one here, I'm going to offer you some settings. And we will look at the trades we use these settings with. And then we can pick some trades for those who will be ready to before we call it a day. Okay?
Okay, ma.
So let's go to the next thing. My strategy setting is not actually the next thing. We've done the share. Let's look at RoyalQ feedback. This is also very important because you don't want to keep bothering your counselor or your mentor or your friends. There are certain things you can find out by yourself. So this is a feedback. In this feedback, there's an AI assistant, okay, that will answer you. So you can ask general things. For instance, type, what is RoyalQ's email address? You see? Can you see?
Yeah.
Because it is an AI, the head is not so correct.
Hmm.
It has actually given you an email address,
Yeah.
but it still told you that it doesn't know. So these are general things you can see, but at least you can pick what you need
Yeah.
from whatever it has said. But you see this feedback. Click on feedback that you are seeing there. That is when you want to talk to real persons.
Okay.
I hope we are all looking. If you have a trading problem, you click on trading problem and you drop Click on that trading problem. You will put your order number. You will choose the exchange. You put the exchange. You put the trading pair. Trading pair means the crypto you are trading versus USDT, because that's what we are trading now. Then you put the specific problem description. If you have screenshots, you upload and you send.
What is order number?
Okay, go back to your strategy page. Your strategy page where you have your now. No, not this one. This is my strategy setting. Your strategy page where you have your trade. Okay. So you can, if you click on your Manta, click on Manta. Position quantity. You are trading all warehouse. Let me figure out where you get this from. All right, so click on the question mark. That question mark in front of it. Click on it.
Question. Okay.
There's a question mark. Okay, go back. Click on the news, the information. That place where we got the information. That's your transaction. No, yeah, the transaction record. Why are you going back and forth? Let it load. It's loading.
Yes, sir.
From this transaction record, you get the. In fact, from the news, you will get the order number. Can you see
Okay.
the order number?
Yeah.
From the news, apart from this transaction record, go back. Let's check other places you can get here. Go back. These are all the transactions you've done. Go back to the home page. Click the back arrow. Okay. Check that bell. Right. Order message. Click on order message. Yeah. You can see. Oh no, it's not here. I don't know why. But anyway, you've seen it in your transaction record, and that's fair enough.
Yeah.
So if you need to report, you need to give that. Remember, we were on RoyalQ feedback, and you can click on whatever issue you are having. This one is the general thing you can ask the AI. When you have real issue, click on feedback. Yeah. So if it's account problem, if it's money flow problem, if it's bug issue, if you have suggestions, if you have issues with your API binding, if you want to report violation, like some people that can contact you and tell you that you should bring money so that they can trade for you on RoyalQ, blah, 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 you can report as violations. Okay? So if you don't know which category your issue falls into, you can just click on Other. When you click on Other, you say what it is, and you submit. Then when you come back, they will send you a message when they reply you. So when you want to check that response, you click on feedback record. So that's how to get your feedback. Click on feedback records, and there you go. Okay, so we've done that. Security center. This security center, this is where you have your password, your everything, your management, your trusted device. Like if you want to be opening your accounts on many phones, you can add the other phone to your trusted device so that the robot does not start asking you many questions when you want to go on that, and then they start directing you to your email and blah blah blah. Once you put the trusted device, even if it's your children's devices, if you want them to be checking, or your husband's or whoever, you will put the devices there so that all the devices you have seen there, they are places you have opened this your account. Go back to trusted device. Let's see if any of these devices are not yours, delete it now. Maybe somebody was trying to teach you and then the person opened, or the person was trying to help. Are these all your devices?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But if you do not recognize any, this is a place you can just highlight it and remove. Okay. So these are
Okay.
the places you have already opened your account. That's why you have them under your trusted. And then to the last, but definitely not the least, if you want to delete your accounts, you are good to go. You just click on delete account and you delete. And that's okay if that is what you want to do. You are clicking on it. You better don't make the mistake of deleting your
Um,
account. If you delete your account, I won't be there to help write any letter. So that is it with security center. Then my strategy setting. We may dwell, and all of you, please, if you have not been listening before, kindly listen now and try to take action. In this place, we're going to give some um, advices. I know that advices are normally very cheap. If you have your own, you have your device and you have never traded or you've never added any strategy, you will have this space as clean. It's to just, you will have something like add now. So that's what you are going to click on to add any strategy setting. But for those who have already put some settings, depending on what you have, you may not have to add, but if you want to add, you can click on the plus sign. The plus sign. I normally tell people in our structure that there are three major settings you can have. The first one is the top gainer strategy. And what does this top gainer strategy really mean? Okay. There are some top performing coins. They are in positive. We will look at them now when we after setting the strategies, we will look and then you will understand why it is a top gainer strategy. And then there's another strategy that's it's supposed to be the low gainer strategy, but I choose to call it the highest negative. These are the coins that are in the negatives. Okay, they are in the negatives. So we can say that they are like the opposite of top gainers. Some people may choose to call them top losers, but I choose not to have loser in my in my account. Then I normally give a third one, which is like a general setting, and I call it the winning settings, meaning strategy. It's a general setting. This general setting, in fact, all the other settings too, you are free to tweak. You are free to tweak them. You are free to change them according to your capitals and according to what is going on the coin you are trading. As we go on in information sharing, you will also know what to look out for. You know, when you want to pick a trade, the formation of your candle, the indicators, what they are indicating, you know, so that you'll be able to know that, okay, I need to come back to my settings and do some tweakings here and there. But when you are just starting, stick to the settings you have, keep learning, keep attending Zoom meetings, keep attending meetings like this, ask your mentors, ask your direct uplines, pick knowledge as you go, sieve the knowledge. Make sure you don't confuse yourself with too much of knowledge. Because if you go online, which is a place to be, if you go online to see people's Zoom meetings, recordings here and there, you will learn a lot, but you can also be misled a real lot. So I always advise when you go on YouTube, for instance, or you go on Twitter, or you go anywhere, TikTok, anywhere, IG, and you see some people's recordings that maybe will be catching your fancy. I always advise that you look at it critically. Learn, compare with what you have known yourself. Remember, you too, you have your own common sense. You are not, it's not as if anybody is, we may be novices in certain things, but God has given us our own thinking faculties as well, and we can reason. Then you now go and check. These are the tactics. So go and check what people are saying in the commentary section of such recordings. Because some people can just come outrightly to YouTube and tell you fallacies. They can just come there, just, you know, they can just come there and tell you the opposite of what they should be saying. And there are some people that are also knowledgeable enough to counteract what they have said, to say, no, 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 no. Okay, teacher, you are teaching us nonsense. This is not what it should be. Then when you look at the thread, you should also be able to decipher which one is right and which is actually truly wrong. So you sift through. Don't take everything hook, line, and sinker, except for a coach that you know and you can vouch for. Except for somebody you know, maybe you've been under the training or you've heard of the person's antecedents, or the person is in your group and you can trust the integrity. Don't take everything you see online as the gospel truth, because you can get confused. So, having said that, let us quickly go to the top gainers strategy. I have told you that the top gainers coins are the coins that are in positives. They are up on the ladder. They are gaining. So the way you trade them is different from the way you will trade the ones that are in the lowest ebb, kind of the negatives. Okay. And I've told you that if you already have settings, just click on plus. If you do not have settings, add, click now. So for the top gainers strategy, we have for low capital. Low capital means between 100 and $300 capital. I can see in your own low capital, I can see that you put your profit as 3% in top gainer strategy. I don't think that is correct. And that kind of setting can make you to stay in a floating loss for long. So for those who want to add the low capital top gainers strategy of $100 to $300 capital settings, add your plus sign. For your first buying amount, normally we'll tell you to take a percentage of your trading capital. So most times you may see people telling you to take a quarter of your capital, maybe 25%, some people may say 50%, but I want you to know that this your first buying amount is totally up to you. For setting up of top gainer strategy, $100 to $300, I always advise $12 as the first buying. I always advise $12. And the margin call limits, okay? In the top gainers strategy itself, as it was handed over to the team, your margin call limits was supposed to be just two margin calls. But you know, in at a time when coins are going down, when you are having reversals, here and there, it may be okay for you to increase your margin call limits. So you may use two, because the top gainers coins are supposed to quickly take the trade. We trade it in 15 minutes time frame. You're supposed to just pick the trade, but you are supposed to use between 1% and 1.5% at the highest, not 3%. They may be saying it's a bull season, just use 3%, blah, 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 blah. That could be a risky venture. Okay, so what you do is you put it at between 1% and 1.5%. When we look at the coins and you see the functionalities and what you are supposed to follow through, you will understand why it may not be good. It may not be a good idea to put at 3%. You can go in many more times at 1%. When that one sells, at least you have it. Then you go again, you take another 1%, you go again, you take another 1.3, 1.2, until you get to overbought. That's the resistance level, and the coin is having a reversal and is going back to where it has come from. So it is always advisable for you to take your profit at 1.1%, 1.3, 1.5 when you are doing top gainers strategy. And to your all position take profits, call back, I use 0.01%. And then the margin configuration itself. For me, the margin call limit I use for even the low capital top gainers, that's why I said instead of using $25 or 25% of it, I will advise you use 12 USDT, but it's up to you. So if I'm doing that, if I'm using $12, if it is low capital, I'm using $12 as my first buying amount, I do margin call limit because I like to trade with margin calls. Trading with margin calls, by the way, is a way of protecting yourself when the market goes against you. What does this mean? Remember, the rule of the game is that whatever goes up must come down. And when it comes down, it will invariably go up again. But you have to be very patient. Okay? So The margin calls, as we have them, is what is protecting us when it goes down. So when it is going down, we're still making money. What RoyalQ does is to buy low and sell high. It buys when the coins are down, and then it sells when it gains positivity. Okay, so we call it dollar cost averaging. What that means is that what you are actually trading is the average of what it is buying when it is buying low. So your margin call is that is making the dollar cost averaging to make sense. Because what it means, what you are saying, if you go to margin configuration, you will see to the left of your, I think our sharer has been thrown out. Who is ready to share the screen with us so that we can see, first and especially for those who are new. Munti, are you ready to share your screen with us? Or Joko, or even Diron? Okay, Diron has not activated. Okay, Munti, yeah, share for us. All right. So we're trying to add new, and we said we should look at the configuration for top gainers. Okay. So I said, for me, I like to use $12 as my first buying amount. And if you want to do that, you put it at 12. Okay. And because I'm going to trade, normally they can tell you in the recordings and all the instructions, they will tell you to choose 2 margin calls, but I love to take more. So for my settings, for low settings, like if I want to do, if I want to trade with $300, $200 for a coin, I use 12, and then I use 12 margin call settings. 12. That's what I do. I use 12. Doesn't mean that you should use 12. You can pick it according to your trading capital and the desire of your heart and the way you understand what you are doing. So you can put 2 also, because the top gainer strategy is actually supposed to go in and out. So it's safe for you to put 2. And when you are putting 2, then you add more capital to your first buying amount. So for instance, if you want to put 2 as your margin call limit, okay, once you put 2 there, so if we are talking about 100 and you are using 2, you can as well just put maybe $50 or $25 as your first buying amount. Because when you are trading and you want to take your profit is taken upon the whatever amount that is in the trade, that is in the coin. And by the way, this risk type of steady, radical, and all of that doesn't really matter. It worked with only the default of RoyalQ. You can put steady, you can put radical, you can put whatever. It doesn't matter. You can put conservative, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really affect the trade as such. So what I'm saying is, you can see that I'm going here and there and everywhere on how you choose your first buying amount. And I want you to understand it that way. So your first buying amount is that amount that the robot will buy immediately you start the trade. So that means that it is this money that will be in the coin. So if this trade continues to go up and it doesn't come down, your percentage that you have taken, the whole position take profit, will be the percentage of this first buying amount. Okay? So this is why some people will greedily put 50, 75 of their $100 so that they assume that the trade will be going up. But the truth is, it can go against you. Nobody controls the market. So when it goes down, if you do not have enough margin calls to cushion the effects, then you will stay for a long time in floating loss. Do you understand? You will stay for long in floating losses. So they all have their pros and cons. If you put in a lot and it goes up, it doesn't come down. If it just continues to add and you continue to have plus, 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 then until it delivers your 1.3%, that is great. That is really good. So you can have the settings just as Muti has TGS, low capital 100. You put your $25, you have two, you have your 1.3%, and just like that. Okay, so click on your margin configuration. I don't know why you have 0.3 as your whole position take profits. I mean, your whole position take profits callback. I hope you understand what that means. If it goes against, if that is what you are comfortable with, it's fine, but make sure you understand. I've already explained that times without number. So if that is what is okay with you, because what that means is that if the robot is trading and it gets up to your percentage and it's coming down, if it hits 0.01, then if your whole position take profit callback is in 0.01, that's fair enough. Quickly, it gives you your profits. But if it's in 0.03, it's fine. Or if it's in 0.3, it's okay. If it comes down, it's only when it comes down to that level that it will deliver the profits as you have stated it to deliver. So for me, I like to take my profit fast enough. So let it just drop by 0.1 and give me my profit. That's fine. So it can, if it's going to go up, it has its own pros as well, because if it has to grow up, if it's still going up, if it's in a bull season and it's going up, you can have more than your 1.3% that you have put there as your percentage. Okay. So I hope you all understand how we are going about this creation. So for me, I give $12. I give $12 as my first buying amount. Then I put 1.3 between 1.1, 1.3, 1.2 to 1.5 for TGS. Then no position take profit callback 0.01. Margin configuration, because I'm using 12 margin calls. The first call is the margin call drop is 3.5%. And I also use doubling because I want more money to go. That's why I have used a low first buying amount of 12. So when I'm doubling, what I'm doing actually is buying lower and I'm going to make more profits. So if it goes against me, 3.5%, I'm telling the robot to buy 2 times. The second call, if it goes 1.5% against me, I'm saying buy 2 times. Third call, I'm saying buy 2 times. So that's how I put my own 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. and then the fifth call 1, and then the sixth call to 12th call 0.5, all the way down. Then for the margin call drop, 3.5% first call, 1.5% second call, third call 1, fourth call 1%, fifth to 12th call, I put 0.5%. That's for my low setting in top gainers strategy. It doesn't have to be yours, just understand what you have set. Okay? I do not put on the AI margin, because when you put on the AI margin call, what you're trying to say is that it should help you to monitor the trade. So it's going to kind of keep you waiting. Sometimes when you don't have enough margin calls, you can put on the AI margin so that the robot doesn't waste too much of your money by just buying just like that. But it delays your trading. So for me, I'm a radical trader, so I don't, yeah, I'm not afraid of the rates. I'm never afraid of a floating loss, because it's just with patience. It's going to come out of it sooner than later. So I don't really care if it goes into floating, but I try as much as possible to guide against that by having quite a number of margin calls set up. I hope we have understood that. If we have, then we go to the low settings. That is when you have the highest, what do you call it now? Because I don't want to use any negative name. I normally call it highest negatives. So that is for low capital. You can also have high capital for TGS. If you want the high capital TGS, it's just about your capital. Is anybody trading with over $300 a year? Sometimes I use the TGS, the top gainers strategy, for the high. So if that is what you are trading, you put your first buying amount at $225. That is assuming that we are trading with $500. It can be higher. So please get it clear. Is in the beginning, you can stick to what you are being given. But as you go on trading yourself, you will know how to, you know some coins, like, oh, these coins can pump. Sometimes it can go against you, but anyway, that's your decision, you know. But once you are used to some coins, you really know how to trade them, and you can decide on what you want to do with them. So if you want to save the top gainers strategy high for high um, capital, then you can go on and put your $225 as your first buying amount. Then the margin call limit, because it's supposed to actually be something that you fly in and you fly out again. You can put your margin call limit at 4. Because it is top gainers, please make sure that your whole position take profit does not exceed 1.5%. Don't put 3%, because if it goes against you, you'll find yourself smiling for long in floating losses. So don't let us manage our greed. 3 things are very important when you are trading. The very first one is your capital. The second one that I know of is patience. And then the third is for you to control your greed. Make sure that you are not greedy. If you take the 1.5 and you still look at the trade and it's still fulfilling the parameters that it should fulfill under this strategy. You can go back in again, take another 1.2 or 1.3. It gives you, delivers, go back again, take it. But for me, as a matter of principle, I do not trade a coin more than twice. When I want to go the third time, something in me is telling me that you are going in here. I wonder what you will come out with. So I kind of take it as a principle. You can also have your own principle. Just look at what works for you. Because I found out that once I trade a coin more than twice, maximum 3 times, it just goes against me straight away because it is overbought. It is now going down. So it will just go down. And then sometimes um, all the pluses that you have gathered, all the positivities that you have been into, we just turn to negative and you have to stay there for a while. So make sure you do what works for you. Fubara, you have your hand raised. Can you unmute yourself and ask a question?
Okay, thank you, ma. I was disconnected because of network. Now, talking about setting the making the easy AI margin call to 3% and all of that, grid and no grid. I just came in. I didn't even know what grid was. The entire setting
I didn't
was
say grid as in GRID. I
no,
said you
not
shouldn't be greedy.
GRID as per no, not
That you should
not
not be
that
greedy.
thing. Yes, that's the greedy I'm talking about.
You don't know
Greed.
what being greedy is?
No, like before I came in.
Greed means ojukokoro.
Um,
Insect eye.
what I mean is, I didn't know what
What
greed
led to that, right?
Kokoro meant when it comes to setting up the strategy. If
Okay,
zero,
so
if
listen now.
3% was
Listen, we are still on it. What I was saying and what I'm still saying is that you see, in your own strategy, that's your own self. I saw that you put in your old position take profits for low capital trading, top gainer strategy at 3%. That's this position, this old position. You can see it's, can you see my cursor? You see where my cursor is?
no.
Can any other person see my cursor? My cursor is moving around the old position take profits. Muti, why did you leave the space now? Where are you going? You are sharing the screen with us. And we are on the top gainer strategy. The I capital. Yeah. All right. So can everybody see my cursor right now? I'm moving my cursor on all position take profit ratio.
Okay, I can see that, but not your cursor. I've seen whole position take profit ratio 1.5%.
Okay. So in your own, you have this put at 3%.
Okay.
Okay. So if you put it at 3%, it's too high for top gainer strategy
Okay.
because the top gainer strategy is just something you are supposed to go in and out, take your profits quickly, and get out. Do you understand?
Yes, ma.
You
But
you
since
are
I'm on a
you are,
trade currently, can I still make adjustment to it? Will it
oh
affect the
sure.
changes?
See, you see that robot, that your robot.
Yes, ma.
You bought it with your money.
Yes, ma.
So it doesn't control you. You control it.
Okay,
Do you
ma.
get it?
Yes, ma.
So you can do whatever you like to it. That's why we went through all of those. And I was saying, don't make the mistake of clicking on this. Don't make the mistake of clicking on that and stuff like that. So you can You can still change it to the percentage you need, but make sure you go through properly. You can discuss it with your upline, okay? But I think that you should just change it to 1.5
But is that the
before.
only thing I need to change?
I don't understand.
This whole position take profits in my own. Unfortunately, I'm not sharing my screen, but is that the only part I need to change? Is every other setting accurate?
It's you that you will know from what we are saying. There's no way I know because I'm not in your RoyalQ. But from what we are saying now, you just keep following, and then you know what you are supposed to change. I know why you are changing what you are changing. Because I'm explaining all of this, what they mean, how they can impact on your trading. And so you take them in and you can then decide whether you are supposed to change something. I have already told you this now, why it should be between 1 to 1.5% because you are dealing with top gainer strategy. When we choose coins on top gainers, you understand what I'm saying. These are coins that are already in positive. They are moving up. They are almost done. So there's no point asking them to deliver a high percentage for you because they are almost done. They are almost getting to a resistant level. The resistant level is the overbought zone where these coins have been bought. You know, they've been bought so much that there's now a resistance. And when it gets to that resistance level, it cannot go most of the time, except if it breaks the resistance, then it will still get to another resistance because resistance never finish, they finish. It will still get to another resistance, which if it breaks, it continues to move upward. And then you can be sure that you can take as much profit. But most of the time, the resistance is not broken. And once the resistance is not broken, it goes down. It starts its journey back. Remember, the principle is what goes up must come down. And when it comes down, it must go up again after some time, after staying in oversold region for some time. Do you understand it now? So when we are going to talk about the settings for the highest negative, you will see the differences. But in this one, try as much as possible to manage your greed. Some people can go and put 3% and it may work for them. Some people can even put 10%. But those ones, they will continue. You can put 10%, but you have to monitor the trade so that when there is a retracement, you know what to do. After the retracement, you go back in again. You go back when it retraces, you buy, you go back in, and then it goes up, it delivers until the 10% is done. It's not as if the 10% will go at a stretch. To just go, maybe that can happen in bull run, you know. The bull run of 2021 that I should have experienced, I wasn't paying attention, so I cannot say I have experienced any bull run before. And RoyalQ, I joined RoyalQ in 2021 when it came newly. And when you are new in something, this is why we keep bringing education to newly joined so that you don't miss what we missed. That's why when you see us posting and we are passionate about it, it's because we have missed before. And we don't want people to miss this bull run. It's another 4 years of the bull run now, and we are almost getting into its full force. From what we have heard, we can put 10% and it will go from and deliver. So, but me, I've not experienced that. What I have experienced is that you can have 10% put as your profits, but it doesn't go at a stretch. You have to monitor it. So what happens in that sense is that it goes up, delivers some percentages. When it's about retracing, you back out. When it has retraced and it's going back in, you go in again, take some other, continue the trade, take in your percentages until you make your 20%, 30%, or whatever you want to make. But in this beginning, just relax. Manage your greed. If you don't remember anything on this call, please remember that. Don't just look at it as somebody is putting, you may be on a platform and they'll be saying, I just took 30%. I just took 50%. Don't go and turn your own to 50% because you don't know what they are doing. These are people that know how to monitor their trades, and so they are taking it. The one that you can do freehand without having to sleep, checking and seeing whether there is a retracement is for you to put it at 1.3, 1.2. As a matter of fact, 1.2, 1.3, at the most 1.5. If I'm doing top gainer strategy, which I hardly do, I go on 1.3 many times in a coin, or in coins. So that day, I know that I have time. I want to look at it. Once it sells, I go in again. It sells. I pick another coin. I go in again. But for me, I don't really have that time. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, ma.
I run other businesses, and so I don't have the time. So that's about the greed that we are talking about. Now, the
What's the
old
difference
position take
between
profits.
okay?
What did you say?
What's the difference between whole position take profit ratio and whole position take
Why
profit?
don't you hold on and let us go through this?
Okay, ma.
We've taken the whole position take profit ratio. That's your profit. When you
Yes.
are trading, it goes either up or down. So when it is going up, it's taking profit. When it is coming down, you are using your margin configuration. That's this one here. So the margin configuration is what you do to protect yourself when the market is going against you, because it is either is going up or is going down. Okay.
Okay, ma.
So this is your configuration, but we haven't got into this, Muti. Please go back. Now, the next thing after old position take profits is your old position take profit call back. There is a call back at the back. So it is not the same thing as your old position take profit ratio. I've explained your old position take profit ratio. So the call back, when you put it at this percentage, what it means is that when your trade is going up and it has reached this your percentage, sometimes the robot can deliver for you more than you have asked. It can be going up. Sometimes you put 1.5. I've experienced it before. I actually put 3% and I got over 100% as the profit. So sometimes it happens like that. So what this callback now means is that if it now start dropping, like for that one that I made over 100%, I just stumbled on it. I was at hand to see it and I quickly took the profit. I quickly sold it up manually and I got the profit. But if I wasn't there, what could happen is that when it starts taking his turn back, it will start sliding down. So what this means is that when it gets to 0.01%, lower than what it should be, the robot will deliver your profit for you. The way it is set now at 0.01. If you leave it at 0.1, is until it gets to 0.1 that it will deliver. So that's what that means. It is not the same thing as opposition take profits. I hope that is clear.
Yes, ma.
Now, let's go to margin configuration. Now, this is margin configuration. So if you see me breaking up, it's because I'm checking my trade. So sorry. All right, so this is margin configuration. And you can see that we have two sides to this two sides. The first side is your margin call drop, and the second side is your multiple buy-in ratio. The first one that is on your left, that is the margin call drop, actually shows you percentages. These are percentages you are instructed the robots that when this trade drops by so percentage, this is where our dollar cost average comes in. And this is what makes us money, in this trading. Because what this means is that when it drops by whatever percentage you have put in your first call, you are instructing the robots to buy in the multiple times you have put there. This second side, the right-hand side, where you have your buy-in, is the amount. This is where your budget, and you have to be very clear on this. This is your budget. This is where your budget is. This is where you have to put into cognizance how much money you have. Okay. Remember in the small capital strategy, we said between $100 and $300. So you cannot have the same configuration as you have in the low capital that you will now have in the high capital. In this high capital, we are starting with 225, putting into consideration that we want to use $500 per coin. So here now we are saying if this drops by 3%, if the price drops by 3%, then the robot should buy in the number of times on the right-hand side of our first buying amount, which is 225. But in the winning strategy that I want to put you through, you may not necessarily leave the 225 as your first buying amount. It can be your first buying amount, then you can have another first buying amount. So you will have two buying amounts. But don't let me confuse you with this. Let's just go through this top gainer strategy, the high capital. So these settings is only just showing us that when it drops, when it drops, but sorry, I need to drink some water. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry about that. Okay, so what this means is that the first call, when it drops by 3%, then you are telling the robot to buy by 0.11 times $225. So the one on the left is in percentages, and the one on the right is in dollars. That's why that is your budget. When you look at the multiple buying ratio, the one on your right, by the time you calculate 0.11 times $225, then you are saying if it drops by a second call, buy 0.22 times $225. When it drops by the third call, buy 0.33 times $225. Then the fourth call, buy by 0.55 times 225. When you multiply this multiple buying ratio and you add them together, they must be, what you will get must be equal to your $500, which is your trading capital. Are we all together on that? Are we together?
Yes, ma.
Okay. So this is what it is. You make sure that whatever you put there is equal to your capital. All right. I can see others answering in the chat box. So I believe we are all on the same page. We are all on the same page. All right. So that's margin configuration. If you get that, please remember to save your parameters. Okay. So the next thing I believe should be buy-in callback. The buy-in callback is actually talking, sorry about that, is actually referring to when to buy. This is your margin configuration. The interval between your first and your second calls, third calls, fourth calls, that's your buy-in callback. Is that okay? We all understand that. Then your strategy period is one shot for this strategy. It is one shot. So save that. Okay. So this strategy that I call my winning strategy is a good one, and it can work with both low gainers, that is the negatives, and the positives. Fubara, you have your hand. Can we hear you?
Okay, ma. In the TGS, that whole position take profits. When you do your strategy setting and you set it at that 1.5 and all of that. Now, if it's time for you to trade, an actual trade, maybe they send a signal on the group and you want to pick the coin and set it. And they say on the group, they say, oh, position take profit is 6%. And you are trying to, do the setting so that you place the trade. Can you now still change it to that 6% that they say you should take when the actual setting is 1.5%? Or
Okay,
it will
so
alter.
we have said this before. I don't know why you are going back to it. You've asked this question before, that can you change your settings? And I said yes. So if they give you a signal, now please listen and listen carefully. Please be very careful about where you pick your signals. When you are given a signal, there are things to look out for as well. You have to look at the person who sent the signal. You have to be sure of that person. There is somebody who you can trust the signals, because especially on larger platforms, some people are just practicing, JJ. They're only just practicing. And then maybe by mistake, they will throw it on the platform. Inadvertently, people will pick it up as signals, and then they will do that, and they will get themselves, their fingers burnt. So you have to first look at the signals, then you look at the person who has sent the signal, you look at the time the signal had been sent, because that's very, very important. Don't just burst on a signal that had been sent 1 hour ago, and you are looking at the parameters and you are using them like that. No. So if you see a signal and it has just been sent, and it is said to be 6%, and you trust the person who has sent the signal, somebody who you know would have done all the check-ins. This person had already checked everything, and you trust that it is okay, then you will change your profit to 6% or whatever is on the signal. Do you understand? But this is when you are also picking signals on the platforms that use top gainer strategy. If it's a platform that has its own strategy, please go by their strategy. Don't go and use top gainer strategy for For instance, RPTM, because sometimes it will just be like that and they are not compatible. So you have to be careful when you are doing that. So yeah, sure, you can change to the signal and then you pick it up. Now, um, the this my winning strategy I normally use for the IS negative, and I so love trading the IS negatives because it gives me leeway to do other things. It is already down. Before it climbs up, it will take some time, and I can take as much profit as I want. But I would just implore you to look at it properly. If it is -6, -7, plus like that, -12, -20, take 3%. If it is less than -6, that is maybe -5, -4, -2, take 2% or 2.5%. If it is actually -6, -12, you can take 20%. You can take 30%, depending on the coin and depending on yourself, how you can manage to look at it when it's probably retracing to quickly tweak and all of that. But you can be sure that you are safe if you take 3% because it's low. So this one is highest negative that I'm talking about is not the winning strategy because I can see Muti has already put winning strategy highest level. It's okay. You can use the winning strategy for everything though. But for the highest, the only difference between the winning strategy and this strategy I want to give you is the fact that you change the first buying amount twice in the winning strategy. This is also a winning strategy for me. I actually have it just as she put it, like she's looking at my own strategy setting. I have it as winning / IS negative. So in the IS negative, your first buy-in amount, you can make it as $5, even if you are trading with $1,000, because you are going to use in your margin configuration, you are going to use for the multiple buy-in ratios, you are going to use doubling method. Now, in case you didn't know, let me reiterate this. Those who are old members would have known this, would have heard it many times. The very first 4 of your margin configuration are bought together and they are sold at the same time. The very first 4. Your first margin call, your second margin call, your third margin call, and the fourth, they are sold together with your first buying amount and the profits are taken together. This is why when you go to your distributed and take profit allocation, which we didn't see in Muti's own strategy setting because she has only four margin calls. If you want to have distributed take profit allocation, you must have fit call to other calls. And in RoyalQ, you can actually have 900, I think 999 margin calls limits. So for this one, this negative, if you use your first buying amount as 5 USDT, then you can either open position doubled or you do your position doubling by yourself, which is what I do. Now, for me, I would take at least 20 margin call limits. 20. Okay. And then you put your own position take profits at 3%. Remember, if it is lower than if it is lower than your -6, like if it's -5, -4, -3, then you can decide to put 2%, 2.5, 1.5. Who can actually tell us? Those who have been here for a while, you should be able to tell us why that. Why are we taking 30%, 50%, 3% on -6% upwards, and then we are taking 2%, 1.5% on minus, because I remember I've been explaining this over and over again. On things lower than that, who can make a trial? Who can tell us why we have to do that? All right. Remember, when we're talking about top gainer strategy, we said that we should manage our grid and put percentage at 1.5 because the coins are already gaining momentum. They are moving up. They are in the plus. So they will soon reach overbought zone, which is the resistance level. And when any coin's price action reaches resistance level, the only place it can come back to is downward trend. So you don't want to be caught. So when you are looking at -2 as against -12, you see that -2 is already moving up as well. Before you know it, -2 will become -1. -1 will become 0. 0 will become +1, +2, +3. So it's already moving up. So you have to be careful as to the percentage you will take. You don't take too much of a high percentage for a coin that is already moving up, because the percentage will be delivered faster at that stage. And it may not reach the high percentage you are talking about. But when you are talking about something that is in -20, -30, -12, it will still be moving up. When it gets to -30, -25, -20, -15, -12, it can be going up and down. It doesn't matter. But to deliver your 3% or more, if you put it at 10%, to deliver 10%. But let's just manage our grid, like I said. If you're just starting, until you get used to your robot and you can go there and change it, stick to 3% is okay. If you trade 3 coins a day and you make 3% on each of them, God helping us, that's about 10% in a day. That's a lot. That's a lot. So this is why we have to keep no matter how much your trading capital is, it's 3% of whatever you have put into the coin, and that's great. So you put 3%. What position take profit callback? I can use 0.1 for that. I can use 0.1. You see, if the take profit callback settings, for your for first to fourth positions, like I said. So if it is set too low, if it's set too low, as in it's set at 0.01, 0.010, 0.0 whatever, your trade may be sold like immediately, and you may not have that opportunity to earn more income. If it is set too high, also, losses may occur, like I explained to you the other time. So you have to set according to your risk appetite and your preference, your strategy preference. For this particular strategy, I put it at 0.1 because this gives me the opportunity to earn more, like I explained to you. It gives me the opportunity to earn more. It's not too high. That's why I was asking Muti, why she put her own at 0.3. Because if you set it at 0.3, that's a bit too high. As far as I'm concerned, losses may occur. Losses may occur because you will lose the opportunity when you set it for too high. When it's too high, it won't hit the target on time. So for this particular one, I put it at 0.1 so that I can still have an opportunity to earn more if it delivers more than 3% that I have set it to. But you will also see that in the top gainer strategy, I said put it at 0.01 because what we are trying to do there is like fast action. Do you understand? It's like we we are going in and coming out fast, 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 fast. So you don't want to stay there for too long, and that is what that is. That's how Muti trades. That's what she likes to do. What's your strategy, Muti? What's your trading strategy? Why are you stopping your sharing? You only just need to unmute yourself and tell us now. What's your trading strategy? Is Muti with us or against us? Are you with us or against us? Why are you going around the RoyalQ? Okay, that is what you call, no, not this one, not this radical whatever. Well, it's radical in a way. It's scalping. You scalp through. You are not conservative. You just want to quickly, like like what do you call it now? It's scalping, Sham. When you want to quickly, do I want to just say like microwave? Microwave as compared to using wood that can be conservative and you are waiting for it for quite a while. When it's happening, you just want to go in and come out. So you should use 0.01 for that, your whole position take profit callback. But for this one, I use 0.1 because it gives me the opportunity to actually make more than the whole position take profit. So if you are using 0.1, Muti, your whole position take profit should be 3.1, not 3.01. So if you are using 0.01, is when you put it at 3.01, okay? Or you can just leave it at 3%. So for the margin configuration, the first call, I put it at 0.1. Who is writing? Okay, stop writing on the board. Whoever is writing, stop writing on the board. The first margin call drop is 0.1 for this particular one, 0.1. Then the number of times it will buy, 2 times. The second call, 0.2, because the idea is for it to buy on time. Remember, your first buying amount is low, it's $5. So what we are trying to do is to get these things bought cheaper. Remember, it is going down. It is averaging down. You said when it drops by 0.1, buy more. When it buys 2 times, it's getting it cheaper than when you came in at first. So when it buys this $5 2 times, now that would be $10. It's buying it at 0.1% lower than what you bought the first $5. Do we all understand that before we move on in this setting? Because the whole idea is for us to buy cheaper. That's why we put our first buying amount at $5. Even if you are trading with $1,000, put it at $5. Okay? Do we all understand what I'm trying to explain? Please let me see your answers in the chat box. Do you understand? If it's a yes, give me 1. If it's a no, give me 2. Do you understand? If it is a yes, give me 1. If it's a no, give me 2. And if I'm not seeing anything in the chat box, then we want to end this call because it has to be one of the two. We cannot be on the fence. Is that you understand or you don't? Are we all here? If we understand, give me a 1 in the chat box. If you do not understand, give me a 2. Ubara, you still have your hand up. I'm not even asking questions. I'm not asking you to ask question now. If you understand, put a 1 in the chat box. You do not understand, put a 2. So let me see if you understand or not. Simple instruction. I like people following instruction. You know I'm an instructor. I did not say give me a thumbs up. If you understand, give me a 1. If you do not understand, give me a 2. Okay, since nobody has said you don't understand, I'm not going to take any question on this anyway. Right. So please let's go on with the settings. 0.1, second call 0.2, the third call 0.3, fourth call 0.4, the fifth call 0.5. I hope we understood the basics. That's what we are saying is if it drops by 0.2%, buy this much, drops by 0.3, buy this much, drops by 0.5, buy this much. So the sixth call puts 1%. The idea is you will provide for at least 8% drop, 8% drop at least. You can provide for more, the better for us, because what we are doing when we are putting margin calls drop is that we are trying to protect ourselves from when the market goes against us. So sixth call 1%, seventh call 1.5%, eighth call 0.5%, ninth call 1.5%. So just alternate 1.5%, 0.5% until you get to 20th call. One 1.5, 0.5, 1.5, 0.5. And you can do it whichever way, but that's what I do. 1.5, 0.5, 1.5, 0.5. By the time we calculate all of this together, this is 0.5, that's 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. That is more than 80% already. So if you have 10%, 12%, 15%, the higher percentage you have in your drop down, the better for you because you're just guiding against floating losses. And you are making money. You are making money even while in the dip. Because when all this, if it goes down, if it buys all these margin drops that we have put there now, When it is coming back up, it will start making money for you. It will start making money for you because you are now trading the sub positions. We'll get to that when we get to sub position in the home page. So for the multiple buying ratio, the very first one, put 2. The second one, put 4. Remember, your first buying amount is small, so you can afford to put all of this. The third one, put 4. The fourth one, put 4. You can put 8. You can put 16. It depends on what you are trading with. Like, for instance, if you are trading with 1,000, you'll be able to put 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, and so on. So depending on the capital you are using, you can put those 4 is very, very imperative that you put them multiple times so that what your bot will take profit on will be a bit high. It won't just be 5%. And because it's going to buy all of this together, it will add to the money that is in the coin. So your percentage is not going to be only on the 5%. But what you have done is that you have bought cheaper. You have bought cheaper multiple times. So you will make more money. I hope we all got that correctly now. For the 5th call to the 20th call, buy 111. So for this strategy now, you can actually calculate what trading capital you are able to use for this because that means you are buying $5 16 times. So you multiply your 5 by 16. You only need to multiply your 5 by 16. You know what that is? I believe that's 80. So you have $80. Then your first call, you said you should buy 10. You should buy $10. That's 2 times 5. That's 10. You should buy 4 for the second, 4 for the third, 4 for the fourth. So 4 times 5 is 20. So that means you add your 80. You add your 80 to 10 to 20 to 20 to 20 3 times, and that's 150. When you add 50 to your first one, that's 5, that's about 155. So this can work for a capital of 150. It can work for a capital of 200. What you have done here right now. So if you have more capital, you can actually change your $5 to 10. You can make it 10, you can make it 20. Then you still have this multiple buying ratio. What I want you to have is to have a small buy-in amount, first buying amount, and then you now buy more. You can even still keep it at 5. Even if your capital is high, then this your multiple buy here. The multiple buying ratios, you can increase the 2 times. You have your second buying to be 4 times, the third one to be 8, the next 16, the other one 32, 62, instead of 164, 132, and so on and so forth. Okay, so please save that. Save and go back. Okay, yeah. So now our call in, I mean buying call back is 0.01. If you have the rest of your family with you, kindly mute your mic. If you have $100, it's just the same principle. All you need to do is, for instance, if you are doing 100, like for instance, we calculated that and it gave us 150. So if you are doing 100, your first buying amount is $5, right? Now, if it is 100, all you need to do is to remove 50 from what we have here. So your first call, you can say the multiple buying ratio is 2. Then the second call is 4. Okay. The third call, you can put at 2. And the fourth call, you put at 2. Or you put 2, 2, 2, 2. So if you put 2, 2, 2, 2, that would be 10, 10, 10, 10. And that would just be 50, 40, I mean, that would be 40. When you add 40 plus 80, that's 120. You can reduce that to 2. You just keep working on the best way is for you to understand the principle. The person who asked that question, do you understand what the multiple buying ratio side is all about? Please unmute yourself and tell me, talk to me. Because that's the only way you can scale in there. The person who asked that, if we are using 100, do you understand what we are doing with this side? Please, can you go back to margin configuration and let's see the side that I'm talking about, the margin multiple buying ratio. This is what I don't like. When somebody is talking and nobody is answering, I don't really like this.
Ma'am, I'm answering. I said I don't understand, ma.
The multiple buy-in ratio is this second side of your screen, where you have margin configuration. Under margin configuration, you have margin call drop, and then you have multiple buy-in ratio. Can you see?
Yes, ma.
Okay. So we said that this first side, the margin call drop, is the one that is telling the robots what level of debt, how low should this price drop before it buys more. Remember, the margin configuration is all about buying more when the market goes against us and it is cheaper. What we mean by market going against us is when the price drops. So something you bought, for instance, if you bought a coin for $10 and you have already set your profits that you're going to make 20% on this coin, okay? And you also know that 20% of 10 is 2, I believe, if my mathematics is still okay. So that means that what you bought for $10, you want to sell it for $12. So you want to make 2%. I mean, you want to make 10% on it, which is $2. But unfortunately, this market turns against you. What you bought for $10 has become $8 in the market. As a good business person, you don't get to the market and see it at $8 and you turn back. What we do is that we buy more because that's the only way you can make more money. So imagine that something you bought at $10 and you wanted to make 10% profit on, and it's going to give you $12 at the end of the day. You are now in the market and you are able to see that to buy at $8. That's good news. So you buy it at $8. You are still putting 2% on it. But at this rate, you bought it cheaper than when it was $10. So the money you are going to make on that one is going to be more. So when you add it to your $10, that would be 18. You divide by 2. That's your average. Okay, that would be 9. $9 is still lower than the first cost price of $10. So when you take the percentage on whatever you are doing, you are going to earn more because you are bought cheaper. Your cost price is now $9 and you are going to sell at $12. So instead of you making $2, you are going to make $3 as profit. Do you understand that? That is why we always say, when you see red, it is going down. It is going down. Don't panic. You should be happy because what has gone down will come up at the right time. That is for that side. The margin call drop is the times that it will do, the percentages at which it will drop. And you are saying the robot should buy more. Now, what's the
But that
quantity
is
of
when
this
you
more?
have, but that is when you have extra money for call margin.
This is why you are doing this. This is why you are configuring this. It is still from that your $100. Are you getting it? This configuration, you ask for $100 configuration. This configuration is if you are putting one, this one that we have here is where you are putting 155 or at least 150 into this trade. This is what will happen. It will be buying $5, 2 times $5, $10, just as it goes down. So you still have that, you have that money. It's your trading capital.
Okay.
Where your mind is going is in your trading coins, the ones you are already trading. Am I right or right? When you ask that question, that's if you have more money. Your mind is going to your trade that you have already traded
Yes, because they
with,
already said insufficient funds.
that you have not put your margin configuration properly.
Yes.
So that is when that's your conditionality now comes in. You must have more money to buy more margin calls. If you do not have more money to buy more calls, you have to buy patience, which is very cheap. Patience is free. It's from God. It's a virtue. Just ask God for it. So
Okay.
if you are patient, it will come up. If you have more money, you can buy more margin calls. But if you don't have more money, then just collect patience from God. It is free. Do you understand this one that we are explaining, Sha? So that the mistake
Yes, ma'am.
you've made before, you're not going to make again when
Yes,
you
ma'am.
are here. So that is it. So that's, please go back to margin configuration. Because once you get this principle right, you are good to go. So on the right side, this multiple buying ratio, this is where your budget is. You are budgeting for that, your $100. You already know that it's $100 only that you have. So don't go and start saying, buy 2 times, buy 10 times, buy 100 times. When you put all these 2 times, 4 times, calculate how much it boils down to. If it is more than your capital, rephrase it. Reduce the number of times. You can reduce your margin calls, but I don't advise that. I may advise the amount you buy because I like people trading with enough margin calls. This is when you can be sure, at least to an extent, that if this trade goes against me, I have backup. I will still be making money even in the dip. Because when all this your margin call drops, when they drop and they buy, they drop and they buy, when the trade is coming up, it will be selling the sub cells. We'll look at that sub margins now after leaving this place. It will be selling for you at that 1.3%, 1.3% that is in your drops, and you'll be making profit. Now, depending on the strategy position you put it, if you put it on the hold position, take profit, you wait until everything is sorted out and it will deliver for you. If you put it in sub-bin mode, it will be showing you that you are making profit, but the profits won't be dropped for you. It will just be thrown back into your capital and it will be averaging up for you, which is a good thing. So you will come out of the trade faster. But if you put it on sub-bin mode, real-time settlements, these are the differences between these 3 positions. If you put it at sub-bin mode, real-time settlement, it will trade, it will give you your profits, and it will show you your profit. It will drop the profit for you. You will see it. Now, this is how much you have made. Even though you are in the deep, you are still making money. So like every day you'll be seeing your profit. But remember, the RoyalQ deducts the fuel fees. Immediately you make profits. So as you're making those profits, RoyalQ is deducting the you are paying, is deducting the payment from your fuel fee if you are using sub-beam moderate time settlement. So these are the differences. We've already written this out on the platform too. For those who are coming in newly, Muti, please help me reshare that all the differences between O position, O warehouse, then the sub-beam and the sub-beam mode. Somebody who had been there, Joko, you've been there too for a while. You can reshare for everybody, the new people coming in, okay? I hope you've understood this page now. Do we understand now?
Yes, ma.
Okay. So multiple buying ratio is actually what speaks to your money, the money you have. So the number of times that you have to calculate and make sure that it tallies with your trading capital. Please save and let's come out of here. Okay, so let's look at the distributed take profit allocation. Distributed and take profit allocation, Muti. Okay. So you see, I explained to you that in RoyalQ, the first 4 positions are sold together. That was why we put these positions that they should buy at 0.1, 0.2, so that quickly they can buy these things at cheaper prices and add to our first buying amount, and then we go on. So if this trade goes against you and you have to go to buy the 5th position, 6th position to the 20th position, this is what happens. That's why you are seeing some positions starting from the 5th position. So when it's coming back up, before you even get to your 1.5 or 1 point whatever position, the percentage you put there, it will be delivering for you to be selling these sub-cells. Because these sub-cells, sub-positions, to be selling them at 1.3, to be selling them, this is why you make, this is how money is made, even while you are in the deep. Okay? Save and come out. All right, and the strategy period is also 1 shot. I do not leave on my AI margin, but you can leave it on if you are very fidgety and you are afraid of floating losses. But for me, 20 margin calls, I believe the call limit is good enough. I don't have anything to fear. Why are you rubbing off your sub-position take profit callback? It's 0.01. Yeah. So you will save this, and that is it for the highest negative. Remember, always start with little first buying amount. Now, if you go into this trade and you get your 3%, and you now want to go into the same trade, that amount, this is how to compound. I'm going into something else now. That is compounding now. If you now want to trade this coin again, you're not going to put your first buying amount at 5 USDT again. You have to add what you have made, that profit you have made. If you made $2, you add it to your first buying amount. So your first buying amount will become 7. That's how to compound. This compounding theory will show more in the winning strategy. But in all of this, in your top gainer strategy, in the highest negative, you can also compound. So when you are coming back to trade, if you want to pick this coin again, and you've already made $2 on it, you will add that of $2 to this $5. So your first buying amount will become $7. That is compounding. Okay, so let's add this winning strategy and then we can be out of this and then we'll go to how to pick trades and we'll be out of here. It's getting too long and I really want to go out. Okay, so this one, I call it a winning strategy setting because it wins all the time. All the time. In this strategy, you can change, you can have um first buying amounts. How does this work? If I have $500 to trade, I can decide because I know that, especially when I look at the trade and I see that when I look at the candles and I see that it's in an uptrend, or I use other indicators and I see that these are in an uptrend, it's likely to just be going up. It doesn't pay me to use just $5 as my first buying amount because remember, my percentage profit is going to be taken on the amount of money that is in the coin. So if I put $5 and the trade continues to just go up, that means that whatever percentage I've put, even if it's 10%, it's going to be 10% of $5. I don't want that. I want more. I want to win more. This is very good, especially during the bull season, bull run, or when markets are up and they are doing well. Even if if the market is not too good, you can still use it, but make sure that you back yourself up with good number of margin calls. You may see some people saying, even on the platform, that margin call, I don't use margin call. That's their own. You are in a position now that I'm telling you the importance of you using your margin call. So if you believe in what I have said, if you have seen sense in what I have said, then stick to it. But if you think that it doesn't make sense to have margin calls, then maybe you can just have two margin calls. And when the two margin calls are sold, then you stay there in the dip. That's what you want. Whatever goes down will come up. It's fine. So I'm just saying this ahead because it can be conflicting. Because some people just come on the platform. You don't know what anybody is thinking about. You don't know where they get their own motivation from. So you look well before you leap, according to the trading view. Look before you leap. So, right, if I have $500 as my trading capital, I can put my very first buy in at $250 or even $300. If it's $500, that's what I will use for my um first buying amount. I'm sure you are wondering. So when we are now doubling, we are putting times 2. Where am I going to get the 300 times 2, the 300 times 4? That is where the strategy now comes in. I hope you know why we are doing this to start with. I just explained why we are doing this because I want more money to be in the coin so that when it takes profits, it will take higher profit. If I take 3% of, even if it's just this $300 that is in this coin until it sells out, if I take 3% of $300, it is more than 3% of $10. If I use $10 as my first buying amount, it is more than 3% of or 10% of $20 if I'm using $20 as my first buying amount. Is that understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'll put $300. So if your own is $100, you can decide to put $75. You can decide to put $80, some crazy amount, so that you can win big. Okay. Then I will now go to margin call limit. I will still set my margin call limit as I would, even if I'm trading with $5. So for instance, I can still put my $20 I can put 20 there. You see what will happen. Then when I put my 20 drop, go to, then the whole position take profit. Well, the whole position take profit, I put as 0.1. You can put it as 0.01. You can put it as 0.1, but I use 0.1. Sometimes I use 0.01 when I look at the coin, but you can leave it at 0.1 so that if it goes beyond what you have set for your profits, whole position take profit, then you are still in good hands. Then for the whole position take profit ratio, I don't take anything less than 3%. So I can put it at 5%, I can put it at 10%, I can put it at 20%. But for the purpose of this training, please put 3%. When you understand your bot enough, you can also tweak as you prefer. So let's go now to our margin configuration. In the margin configuration, I'm still going to use the 0.1 for first call, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. And then from the sixth call, I have 1% all through. I can have 1.5, 0.5, whichever way. Remember, all this is just a cushion. It's what we are just using to cushion the effect. But I don't really like putting too deep. I don't like putting 5 point. I would rather have many more margin calls, and then I have fast buying like 0.5, 1.5, 1%, 2.5, than to go and have, I saw somebody put 30% or 50%. I'm like, when would it, are you praying that it should dip this much? Even in the bearish season, I'm not praying for 50% dip, you know? So you can put it at 0.5, 1.5, 1, 1.5, 2.5. Just make sure that you have at least 8 to 12% tolerance that you are going through the dip. The dip tolerance should be between, I use between 8 and 15% most times for my tradings. Now, on the other side of the coin, that is the multiple buy-in ratio. Okay, you are still changing. So you're done, right? Okay, so now for the multiple buy-in ratio, remember we have $500. Okay. So if you remove, what did you use as your own first buying amount? Did you use 300? Muti, did you use 300 here for this settings? Yeah, 300. Okay. So go back to, did you save that before you pull out? Okay, so now for the multiple buying ratio, remember we're trying to use $500. Remove $500, $300 from 500, you have 200. Okay? We are going to change that buying ratio back to $5. So if we are going to change it to $5, this is still okay. So you can put two times. Then the next one 2 times. 2. The next one you can put 4 times actually. The second one put 4. Put 4 for the second one. You can also put 4 for the, then you can put 4 for that one as well. You can even put 8. It can still accommodate it. That fourth call puts 8. Now, the rest just put 1, 1. Okay, now let's calculate. What we are going to do is that we are changing this first buying amount. At some point, we are going to change it to $5. Are you following? So this multiple buy-in, we are going to use $5 to calculate them. So your 2 times, that means $10. 10 plus 4 times, that's 20. Plus 4 times, that's another 20. So you have 50 plus 8 times, that's 40. 50 plus, that's 90. You put your feet at 8. I didn't tell you that. I said 1. From feet, put at 1. From feet call, put at 1. It's the first 4 that really matters when I want to buy low, because it's going to be bought with everything together. The rate at which you jump in and out, you are going to be shooting yourselves on the feet, because if you don't save and you jump out, it can go back to what it is. So stop jumping in and out. So when you calculate all of this, you all should calculate. I'm not going to be the one doing the calculations. How much is this that you have provided for? How much is your budget with this that you have done? Please calculate, and let's have your answers in the chat box. Everybody should do this calculation. Let's see your answers in the chat box. But this is how I know that you are actually following what I'm teaching. I'm waiting. I hope you all heard what I said, because I'm not seeing anything in the chat room. Why are you scrolling down? Let them see the upper side now. Everything down is 1 1. Let them see the upper side so that they can do their calculations. You have 2, you have 4, you have 4, and then you have 8, and then every other thing 1 1. And we said we are calculating with $5. What's happening now? Does it mean that we do not understand what we are doing? Please, let's have answers. And if you are tired, let's call off the call so that you can go and rest. Even myself, I need some rest. So are we tired? I have told you what I don't like. Maybe because I'm a Yoruba woman. I don't like it when I'm talking to people and they are not answering me. We take it as the height of disrespect in Yoruba land. At least say something, even if it's in the chat box. Being quiet doesn't help anybody. You know that our being quiet is going to mess up the recording. We are not going to continue anything. I don't have time. You think this is the only thing I do in my life? This is not what I do for a living. ah, well, if the teacher is ready and students say, no, I don't want, I'm not going to force anybody. I've already told you I'm a mentor. As a matter of fact, I'm an international mentor. And that's the rule of mentoring. It's the mentee that should be very, very eager to learn. It's not the mentor that will be pushing and pulling. No, it doesn't work that way. So if you say you are tired, I will be tired with you. And then we will go off. And then we can join the next batch of orientation next month. You know, it's monthly.
I'm not tired though, but I don't know how to go about calculating it.
But we've been saying this over and over again. The one time we said this is where your budget comes in, this multiple buy-in ratio. That second side that is saying 2 times. And I told you that the first buy-in, the first buy that we are going to do, first buy-in amount is going to be 5 invariably, although we put 300 now. We are going to that. So calculate with 5. If you are buying, but stop scrolling now. So let them see what is up there so that they can understand. You've already scrolled out of the place safe. So, like I'm explaining to her, the first call, you said you should buy 2 times. So when you are buying 2 times and your first buying amount is $5, how much is that? 2 times 5 is how much? I don't know the person that said she doesn't understand, but 2 times 5 is how much?
It's 10, ma.
So you go to the second one. The next one, the second call, maybe Muti shouldn't be sharing for us. This hyperactivity is too much. Why are you putting it as 0? It's 2 now. And then we said the second will be 4. If the second is 4, 4 times $5 is how much? Four times 5 is how much? It's even a good thing that I wasn't the one doing the calculations for you. So I will have just done all the calculations and I will assume that you understood what I was teaching.
20, ma, calm down now.
Sorry?
20.
Yeah, so that's it. So you keep calculating like that. The third one, we said buy 4 times. So 4 times 5 again, you have another 20. The third one, we said 4 times 5 again, you have another 20. Then the fifth one, we said 8 times. 8 times. So that's 8 times 5. That's 40. Are you getting it now?
Yes, ma.
Okay, so now, if you add all of this together, how much will it be? How much is your budget for this? So you know you are going to calculate now 1 times 5, 1 times 5, 1 times 5 in the 16 places. Well, so that we don't waste too much time, at least you've already gotten the principle. You understand what we are doing now. You are trying to budget for your trade. So that's what we do in the multiple buying ratio. We said 2 times 5 is 10, 4 times 5 is 20, and you have 4 times 5 again, 8 times 5 is 40. Then when you multiply 1 by 5 in 16 places, that should be 90, I suppose. Because we know that 5 in 10 places is 50. Then it's remaining 6. I'm just trying to let you know how you can just do your mathematics or arithmetic in a very, very creative way. We all know that 5 times 10 is 50 because you just add 0 to the back of 5. But we have 16 places, so it will still be remaining 6. 6 times 5, that's 30. Right? Abi? So that would be 80. So you add 50 to 30 and you have 80. So now if you add your 80, that 80 that you have now, you need to add everything together. So the first 10 you got, you add it to 20. I'm just doing this because I don't know. That's 10 plus 20 plus 20 plus another 40. I will have just added 90 plus 80. But some people may not understand how I arrived at 90. So those four will give you 90. When you add your 90 to all the 1, that is the 16 times 5, which is 80. If you add 90 to 80, you get 170. Do you understand that now?
Yes, ma.
Okay. So now remember, we've already taken 300 as our first buying amount. If you add it to this, you have 470. Remember the budget, the capital is 500. We are reaching there. So it's okay for it to be 470. You have $30 extra that you can use, or you can leave, or you can add.
I don't understand. Sure, we are using $5 now, not the $300 again.
I said at some point, looks like you don't listen when we are talking. Do you have divided attention?
No, ma. I'm here.
I said we are using 300. We are going to change it at some point to $5. So just hold on. You will understand it now. So we've calculated this with $5. Okay? Please save this and move out. Okay, so now we want to activate. Assuming we want to activate. This AI margin call, I've already told you, I don't use because I have already made provision for a number of margin calls, because if you put on AI margin call, it's going to slow down your trade. When you would allow, you would expect that the robot will pick the trades, it will still be slowing down because it's still doing all due diligence. Now, with this $300, what you will now do is that you will save. Assuming we want to pick a trade, you will save and then you will activate. I wonder why this woman is deleting the buying call back every time. I don't understand. Now, when you save this, when you take, at least we all know how to activate a trade now, how to start a trade. When you save this, just click on save. We know you are not trading, but click on save. Put it at 0.01 so that we can go. What did you put your take profit ratio? Oh, look at you. You put your take profit ratio. Oh, dear Lord. This is how people make mistakes. So you put your all position take profit at 3. Why are you going to margin configuration now? Is your all position take profit that should be 3%? I was wondering why it was telling you that. Then you now put all position take profit at 3. This one is the one that is 0.1. Now save. Okay. So assuming we want to take a trade with this winning strategy, click on it and let's say we want to. Let's go back to home page. Go back to home page. Let's just assume we want to pick a trade. This is when I will now show you. Now, everybody, we are going to use one stone to kill two birds. We are now coming back to this training of picking a trade, and it will also teach you how you can change that one back to 5. So now, If you do not have all your, oh, this is our trainer now, wow, hyperactivity. If you do not have your coins already saved, please go back a little bit down. You are too much up. Yeah, okay. So that people can see exactly where you are getting your plus sign from. If you don't have all your coins saved up, you will click on this plus sign to add your coins to your robot. So please click on the plus sign. Then you can click on all. That means you want to add all. Okay? Because she has added all our own, you can see in front of that all, it is saying remove. If you click on remove, then all of them will be removed. But what we are trying to do, for me, if it's me on this sharing, I will remove acro, I will remove BLZ, I will remove DAR, and I will remove WRX because they are being delisted and I'm not going to trade them. And I don't want to make a mistake of choosing them when I'm trading. No, I didn't say you should remove all. You are only just to uncheck, click the all back. Okay? Now, uncheck acro. Uncheck DAR. That's it. So, this is all. She has already added all. That's why you are seeing all. But you can go to sports. Go to sport. Let's see whether you have some coins you have not added. Click on all. Let's see. Click on all. Can you please click on all? It's not same. So that means that you have everything. So do we all understand how to add our coins? Go back, please. Do we understand how
Yes,
to?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you want to pick those top gainers coins, we want to trade top gainers coins. See that change that is under the search sign. There is something called change. It has two arrows in front of it. You click on the down arrow that she has clicked on now. You can see the top gainers coins are the ones in greens. DEXI 30 plus 30%. That's a lot of money. FXS, VIB, AAVE, 1, CVX, all of this. So the very first, maybe the very first 5 or the very first 10, you can start clicking on if you want to choose. So click on DEX. Let's see if it will meet the conditions of top gainers strategy. This does not meet the conditions of this top gainer strategy. Is that we trade with 15 minutes time frame, which is where this one is right now. Then please note, when we are saying 15 minutes time frame, 1 hour time, because I'm sure somebody will still ask that question. It doesn't mean that when you pick this trade, it will sell out in 15 minutes. So no, that's not what it means. It only means that what we are looking at on this chart is the price action, the activities of this trade in the past 15 minutes. What we are trying to do when we look at charts is that we look at past performances to look at what can happen in the present, and in the future. Okay? So when you say you are looking at something in the 1 hour time frame, you're just looking at what the candles have done in the past 1 hour. You're looking at each candle as an hour formed in the past 1 hour or in the past 15 minutes or in the past 2 hours or 1 day or whatever you have put. When you are trying to do your analysis, you do it in higher time frame, and then you can come back to lower time frame to perform the activity you want to do. So this top gainer strategy, the conditions is that one of the conditions is that we trade at 15 minutes time frame. Remember, I told you, what's the strategy I told you that we are doing when we are using this? And I said it's fast, like microwave. What did I tell you we are doing?
Top gainer strategy.
Yes, that's the strategy. What are you doing?
We
When you are
are
doing,
trying to pick a trade.
and we are picking a trade, but what's the format? What are you doing? What exactly, when you are doing it sharp like that, what's it called in trading?
I don't know.
I said it. Mutsi, what is it in trading? Is when you try, because what we are trying to do is that we are trying to open and close these positions. We are trying to sign in and sign out in very short periods of time, you know? So, and I told you, I've said it many times on this call, that it is called scalping. That you are scalping. It's like microwave trading. You dash in and out. As a matter of fact, you can do 1 minute, you know? So that is scalping. It's called scalping. You can also do swing. Swing trading. Anyway, well, let me even go into all of this. Your swing trading can take, it takes couple of days or hours, sometimes several months before, but let's just go on. What we are doing in top gainer strategy is called scalping. So what we are trying to do is just to come in and get out. One of the conditions is that we trade in 15 minutes, because you cannot put it in 1 day or 4 hours and you say you are still scalping, you know. Then you look at the last candle. See, all those things you are seeing, all these formations you are seeing in red and green, they are called candles. And they represent the price actions. They represent the action being taken by this coin. The prices, as it is going up, as it is going down, as it is being sold, as it is being bought. These are actions. And they are called candles. So the last candle on the charts must be forming from this first band of the Bollinger. Now, Bollinger band is one of the indicators we use. For this strategy, we use 2 indicators. The first one is the Bollinger, and the second one is the KDJ. Okay, so for you to look at this and say, oh, this one can be traded under TGS properly, then that last candle must be developing from the very first Bollinger band, that is the lowest band, and then it will be moving up. It is better when this candle is green, just like what we are seeing now. We can still trade this, especially if the KDJ, if the J line, that's the purple line, crosses over properly, because this looks like a good trade. If only the KDJ can cross over. For me, as a trader, as a radical trader, I can still pick this trade, but I won't take too high a percentage. I probably would just take 1%, because it's already going towards the resistance. In this picture you are looking at now, the one you will call the resistance is that last Bollinger band, whereas the lowest band will be where it should be coming from, okay? And that you can consider as your support. So when you want to look at support and resistance in a layman's language, when you are in your house, you can use the floor of your house as a resistance. That's what you are standing on. And then your roof, the floor of your house as your support. That's what you are standing on. Then your roof as your resistance. Okay? So in this case now, if it is coming from the support, that's what the KDJ, that's what the TGS strategy conditionalities, one of the conditionalities says, make sure that it's coming up. It can still come up, it can still form from the second band as we are looking at it, but you have to be good at what you are doing so that it doesn't throw you into negatives. And then when you look at this Bollinger Band, that purple line must cross the other two lines. I hope we know the one I'm calling the Bollinger Band. I don't know why you are not seeing my cursor, but
Yes, we know.
so that KDJ, when the purple line crosses over and it looks up like the head of a snake that is ready to strike, kind of, then you will know that the trade is moving up, it's going up. There are other indicators you can use. I like to combine volume with all of this because when you have volume, then you know whether it's going to pump or not. Okay? When you have volume, you know whether it will pump, and you decide your volume by, there was one thing I wanted to show you, but time is far spent now. We may have to do a members meeting. I wanted to, well, let's see what we can still do. But definitely I have to be out of here at 1 o'clock. So let's try and push and see whether we can still share that. It would be nice if we are able to see that because you can see practically how all these things work by looking at what is happening on that particular trade. You can see this now that is going up, and you can see that the KDJ is actually trying to get up. Can you see?
Yes.
Can you see? Yeah, that is it. That's what happens. You can see that it's moving up. You can see that it's going up, and the KDJ is forming. If it shoots up properly, this is a good trade. It will deliver. In as much as you are looking at it, when it gets to this resistance level, this is the overbought zone. When it gets to this resistance level, you watch the next candle that will, if it hasn't gotten to the percentage profit you want to, you watch the next candle that will form. If it's a candle that will still show you upward progression, that is a green candle moving up, then you still leave it. You can then go, for me, I'll go and tweak my percentage, even if it has reached my percentage and I see that I still have prospect in it moving up. If I put 1.5 before, I can go and change it to 2.5, but I'll be watching. That's what you mean by monitoring. Okay, so this is what we are talking about. You see that it's moving up. That's why we are saying market is nobody's mate. It's just going up as it likes. You can see the KDJ, you see it. You see that it's now up.
Yes.
So you can see practically that's a good trade to have picked in the top gainers strategy. But if it is here and you are picking 1.5, 2%, now if it is forming from the second band, just respect yourself and take like 1.2 or 1.3. If it gets out of that, you can go back in. If this KDJ is still up, okay? If the KDJ is still up and the formation is still in green and it's still going up, you can go back in. When it comes down a little bit, it retraces so that you are buying low and then it goes up and delivers maybe your 1.3 again. Do we now understand it better? How we have been saying, now we are saying it in practice.
Yes, ma. I understand.
Okay, so that is it.
But I have
Please
a
go back.
question, ma.
Okay.
We know how to get into, or let me say I know how to get into the top gainers trade, knowing that is the ones on green, the first ones on green, then the top losers won, the ones on red. But this winning strategy one, how do you know which one is winning strategy for you to use?
You are very, very good at just going to use the highest negative because You want it to start from a low position and it moves up, but it can actually go for either. It can go for either. It can go for either top gainers coins, can go for low negatives and all of that. But I use it mostly for the low negatives.
Okay, ma.
Okay. Now,
Okay.
we want to see how we can pick it and then change that 300 to 5. That's why we came here. So now, Muti, please create. I hope you know that when you get here, you create. That's how to pick your trade. Okay? So when
Yes.
you create now, you now go to trade setting. Click on trade setting. You want to manually create because that's what you did. Then choose a strategy setting. Choose that one that is called winning strategy. Well, if you change this to $300, now what you will do is that you will save it. Save it. You are not picking the trade, but save it. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Now, when you get to this, before you activate, switch off the margin call. Do you understand? You switch off that margin call. You put the strategy at one shot. It's already on one shot. Then the whole warehouse mode, change it. I trade in sub-bin. I've already explained to you what all of these things mean. I trade in sub-bin. You can choose to trade in any other thing, but sub-bin works for me because it helps me to get out of trades faster. Okay? So when you've done all of this, you will now activate. Immediately you activate, you wait and let the coin pick that $300. You will see $300 in the position amount. I hope you understand position amount, this place. That one that is directly under one shot. The $300 will be there. Do you understand?
Yes, ma.
Because sometimes when you activate a trade, it doesn't show immediately, but you have to be sure that it shows. Once it shows, you come back straight to trade setting. Where you click on, let's assume now that we have activated and you come back to trade setting, you quickly change this 300 to 500, I mean to 5. Quickly change back to 5. Then you save. You have to be fast. You save. Then you will now switch on your margin call. You will switch on the margin call. Do we understand? So what you have done in essence, the first 4 now that will be bought based on $5. But your $300 is already in the trade. Do we understand?
Yes, ma.
If you don't understand, please put 2 in the chat box. You understand, put 1. You do not understand, put 2. You understand, put 1. You do not understand, put 2. Are some people too shy to say where they are? If you don't understand, put 2. If you understand, put 1. Is there any other language I'm going to speak? This is something I hate in my life, honestly speaking. When you're talking to people and they are not responsive.
Ma, we have responded. I say I understand.
Yes, but you are the only one. We are more than one on this call.
Oh,
What's wrong with the others? I didn't say write on the chalkboard for me, please. Please follow instructions. And I take exceptions to people behaving the way you guys are behaving. We might have to stop this thing if this is how it's going to be, because I don't honestly have time to waste. I'm sorry, you. Simple instruction, put in the chat box. If you understand, put 1. If you don't understand, put 2. Why is that so difficult? And only one person out of the whole lot of us have actually, said yes by putting 1. Let me understand also. We can unmute and talk. Is it that we don't understand how to use the chat room? Please, let's get that clear. Because right now, I'm very upset that one is talking and nobody is responding.
Please, ma, I'm trying to.
I know, ma. If I try to chat, it leaves the sharing. That's why I'm not
It
talking,
doesn't
ma.
matter. Just go
I'm
ahead
sorry.
and respond. Because that is the instruction for that time. Put 1 in the chat box if you understand. If you do not understand, because what this tells me is that when I say put 1 and you're writing, I understand, it shows that when I'm even teaching, you're likely not to be understanding what I'm saying because you are not capable of following simple instructions. If you understand, put 1. If you don't understand, put 2. I didn't say write, I understand, or I don't understand. This is what brings out, and this is what I really want to see, so that I know those I really have to work more on.
Please, ma, I'm trying to write 1. I send it, not send, ma. Although I understand what you are trying to say, ma.
Okay, it is well.
Yes, ma. Yes, ma. Thank you, ma.
All right, so I think we are done. If we have all understood that, that's a good one for us. I believe we are done with this. Is there anything we have not touched on this, our back office? I'm not too sure. Go back. That's why I said we are killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That's how to pick a trade and then to share. Now, for the highest negative, all you need to do is to scroll down to the last coin, and then you will see the negatives, and you can pick any of them. But when you are picking also, for instance, click on this LPT. Make sure you are looking at the volume, because it doesn't mean that because it is there, it will pump. No. The formation here is a bit okay. In this scenario, you are not looking at whether it's the KDJ is looking up or down, but please make sure that you have good volume. Another place you can check volume is up there. The one I want to quickly share with you will throw more light on this, because our sister had already scrolled too much up as usual. So you're not seeing the volume. Okay, so you look at this, you see 24-hour volume, and you also see 24-hour volume. This 24-hour volume of 38.85 million is, let me share my screen. Okay, thank you, Muti. You can stop the sharing now. Let me try and share my own screen and show you something. Well, we can quickly talk about that and just stop sharing, that's all. Stop sharing now so that I can share. I don't want to allow multiple sharing. Okay, I can just replace you. All right, so. Can you see my screen, please?
It's loading. I guess we can see, but nothing has come up yet. Yes.
Okay. Now, if you look at this slide, this is what I was trying to explain. I was trading and I saw this and it captured a lot of things that we need to know. So I decided to do a snapshot and then bring it here to share. It's a good one for us to discuss. When you look at the KDJ, you can see that it's up. So this shows us that this trade is good to go. And look at the volume. See how thick the candle is. And then, of course, the last candle is green. Okay. Now, when you want to look at the volume and the effect, sorry, please, I need to quickly respond to something. Sorry, let me respond to a message quickly. All right. Sorry, I had actually responded to the message. I just saw something on the platform that shouldn't be there. I'm trying to get that out. Okay, so we were looking at volume. Volume is very important because when you even look at anything at all, if you put small water in a small jar and you want to pump it out, it's different from when you have a lot of water in the jar. So it pumps out better. So you should look at volume. Volume is very, very important when you are trading. When you want to choose your coin, make sure that you are choosing the one that has um, good volume. Okay, good volume, good volume to trade with. Yeah, so that you are not just going to go and pick a coin that has nothing to show for it. So now when you look at this one circled in red, you see the one circled in red, typically it represents the trading volume of the currency that you are trading, the coin that you are trading. What this one is telling me now is that the volume of this coin, I think it was NLK or something. Yeah, I think it was NLK. The volume of this coin, the 24-hour volume, is 21,978.68. This is big enough. And then when you look at the one circled in blue, you can see 24-hour volume, 24-hour volume. It can be confusing. You may think that they are the same thing. No, they are not. This is in dollars. How much this one, all these 21,000 that had been put either in sale or I mean whether they're put on sale or they are bought, you know, this one is for the coin gongon, but this one is the amount that is in this trade in 24 hours. And you can see that that's a lot. That's 1.3 million. So you can be safe can, I mean, to an extent, you can safely just say, yeah, let me just come into this trade and create it. Okay. Do you have any question about this?
It's
Because
not
the two of them
clear.
actually reflect the same trading activity. It's just that they are measured differently.
Okay, but what criteria are we looking at that from in choosing the trade?
What criteria? Please rephrase your question. I didn't get that.
Okay, my question is, we want to choose this NLK USDT top loser coin. Now we're looking at
It doesn't have to
Bolinga,
be top loser coin.
and like
It
it's
doesn't,
under
it
the
can be
loser coin. That's what I mean. I was
just a
yeah.
coin. You want to choose NLK coin. It's better you put it that way so that you don't confuse yourself to think that NLK must always be a top loser coin.
No, but in this case, we are working with. I understand your point, but we're working with on top loser strategy now, right?
I'm not working with any strategy. We have since left top loser strategy. We've picked coins. We've done all of those. This is a neutral thing. I'm just showing you how volume plays a part in you choosing a coin.
Oh,
What you should look out for when you want to choose a coin, either top losers or top gainers. In top gainers, you're likely to have the pumping. But in top losers, most likely some coins will just be there. They won't have volume. And when a coin doesn't have a volume, I mean, you'll be on a long thing when you are trading such a coin. You want a coin that has volume that will pump up and get you to profit on time. Do you understand it now? I'm just showing you volumes, where you should get volumes from. Like if you see this 21,978 now, and it's like 978 as against 21,000, you don't want to go into this type of coin because it shows that there is not too much money in this coin. Do you understand?
okay.
So the volume must be high before you consider it as a good coin for you to trade. That's the bottom line.
Okay, ma.
Okay. So like in this picture also, there are so many other things we can learn. I'm just looking at that and seeing it now. When you look at something and it's like this, look at the KDJ. You can see that it's looking up. Even if you are not trading top gainer strategy, what KDJ does when it looks up like this is just showing you the direction of the trade that is in an uptrend. So based on this chart, this candle, that's recent chart, that recent price action, that recent candle, the last candle, shows a very strong bullish trend. Can you see it?
Yes.
The candle is so thick and is green. You know, green shows you bullish. Red shows you bearish. The green shows that the price action is going up. The buyers are winning. But when it turns to red, that's a lesson for another time. That's reading your candlesticks. When it turns to red, it shows that it's going bearish. But look at this. It's so thick and it's also green. So this indicates an upward movement in price. Okay?
Yes, ma, I understand. Thank you. But I have a question. You know this KDJ and Bolinga and green line facing up, which is an indicator that okay, is a good trade for you to go into for top gainers. Is it the same criteria we are looking for the top loser coin?
So when you take your mind off top loser and top gainers, and because we are done with all this, and you fixate your mind on just coins. What you do to trade coins, that's what we are discussing now. Coins, generally, even if you are trading Forex, it's the same principles, although we are talking crypto here. Okay? This KDJ, all these things you are seeing down here, MA, that is the moving average, Bollinger Bands, volume, MACD, KDJ, RSI, they are called indicators.
Okay.
And we use them to choose trades. An indicator is that thing that lets you know whether a trade is good to go. That's indicator, is indicating the trend, is indicating whether it's going up, whether it's going to come down, and all of that. Are you getting it now? So
Yes.
a certain indicator is not restricted to a certain coin alone. It's not
Okay.
restricted to whether it's the top gainers coin, or it's the top losers coins, or it's middle loser. No, an indicator is an indicator. Like I
Okay.
told you, you can use this same chart, all the charts like this, indicators like this, even in Forex. So an indicator is an indicator. No matter what, whether, so if you are choosing your negative coins, and you see the KDJ pointing up like this, that should make you happy.
Okay.
If you are choosing your top gainers coin and you see your KDJ like this, that should make you happy. But for the top gainers coin, we just came up with those three conditions so that you are not being torn here and there. And it's well, at that stage, the negative thing had always been there, but I prefer using that, and I teach my structure. But I take the people in my team that use the highest negative, because for me it's the simplest way. You don't have to be looking at any charts. You don't have to see whether it's going up or down. You don't have to look at any. Sometimes you don't even have to look at KDJ. You don't have to look at KDJ when you are using this, because it's already down. What is down has to come up.
Okay.
Sooner or later, it will get up and be coming up. But you are restricted to using the two indicators. You can use other indicators, like I've added volume for you now. Even for your top gainer strategy, you can use volume. For your highest negative, you use volume. You can use MA, moving average. If you know how to use it, you can train on that as well. You can use all of this, but to keep it simple, that's why we said and the top gainers strategy is really good. It delivers fast. Like I said, it's microwave, it's scalping. You can easily make money. So just use the two. Very simple. Use your Bollinger Band and your KDJ. Come into the trade, and there you go. Once the KDJ is like this, is looking up, the purple line is looking up, the head is straight up as if it wants to strike, a straight that wants to strike. And then you can see this one now was coming from the lowest Bollinger Band and it's reaching out. I made quite a lot of money from this trade because it just kept going up. This is why the winning strategy we just looked at is good, because you can just enter a trade and it will just be moving up. Although you've made provision for if it comes down in your margin calls, but some don't come down at all. They'll just be moving up. So if it's moving up alone and it's not picking trades to add more coins to this, more money to this coin, please can you just turn off your mic, please? Is jamming my own. Okay, so now I use the winning strategy for this one. And even if out of $500 I want to use to trade a coin, if I'm using, if it's only the $300 that my 3% could take from, is okay. It's better than me using $5 or $20 as the first buying amount, and it's gaining for me 3% or 10% or $5. So that's where the winning strategy comes in. Because like this trade, it just kept going up. Immediately I entered it, kept going up until it delivered. You know? So this is how and where the winning trade comes in. And when you see a trade like this, you should be comforted because what it shows is that this is a good trade. It's going up based on the charts that you are looking at. The price is breaking above the previous resistance because you see, when you move from here, from the lowest Bollinger Band, that's your support. The next Bollinger Band is actually the resistance to this one. So you can see that this trade has broken this resistance now and is moving towards the third resistance level. Okay, and you can see that the trading volume is also good. So this is showing strong buying momentum. It's showing strong buying action, and that's what you want. And you can, like I said, you can also see the KDJ. Everything points to a bullish upward movement in price, the one we'll call bullish sentiment. Okay, so I hope we have more understanding now on trading with volume, what the volume in red is and what the volume in blue is. Okay, and how they are related.
Yes, ma.
Okay, yeah. A coin is said to be high in volume. You look at it and you say this is high in volume if it has a significant number, you know, of trades that have been executed. That is what those prices are showing us. And that just shows you high liquidity. Even in our 9-to-5 businesses, if you have high liquidity in your business, then you are good. You are good to go. So that is just what, but if the volume is low, be very vigilant. Don't try to, you can go back and choose because there are many coins. There are many coins there that you can choose. When you are looking at a coin and the 24-hour volume is below like $100,000, for instance, you may consider that as low. When this the figure you are seeing in the blue circled area is less than this one is more than 1 million now. But if that one is like less than 100,000, you can consider that as being low. So in conclusion, what we have just said this last time is that when you want to choose your trade, to take your decisions, look at the volume. High volume is better. It indicates market interest. It shows that there's liquidity in that coin. It shows that people are putting money in that coin and you want to be where people are putting money in because it's going to be more reliable and you can then participate properly. But when the volume is low, this can be risky. That means that the market actually lacks sufficient people in it, lacks people putting money in it. And this can lead to all sort of things like price swings. It can start going up and down to give what we call slippage. Because when you start going sideways, it's not going up, it's not going down, it's just static in one place, you may be forced to sell off, at a loss. Because when a coin had been there for you for so long, there's nothing, no momentum, nothing is pushing it. Okay. So when you want to do trade properly, please focus on coins with high volumes, steady high volumes. Yeah. I think we've done a lot today. Whether you have your hands up, please ask your question and then we can call it a day.
Okay, ma. I want to ask, is it possible for you to have low volume and then still have your KDJ and Bolinga looking upward and greenish?
Okay, yeah, it's possible. It's possible, but you will see that the volume. Okay, look at the price action before that big bar. Can you see it? That flat thing. But it's highly unlikely that that KDJ will be this sharp and up, and volume will be very low. The volume may be moderately high, because when you look at this volume line, you can see that in some places it was high, and in some places low. Okay, and when you look at the trades, when you look at the candles on the Bollinger Bands, you can see also that it's not showing anything useful. It's sideways, and this kind of formation of candles that is even giving us is a downtrend, is a candle that is showing you this is called gravestones, because it just shows that the trade is moving down. The trade direction is down. This is gravestone. It's upturned. Do you understand? I don't want to, for those of you that do not know candle formations yet, don't let us start going into the names of what it has formed, but just look at the volume, look at the body, look at the stature. Let me put it that way. Look at the stature. You can see that they are very slim in certain places. So it's not likely that this KDJ will be up and doing like this. This KDJ being up like this shows that there is momentum. And before there can be momentum, the volume has to be right. Yeah. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, ma.
Okay. Thank God. And I hope we got values today. And
Yes, ma.
everybody is great.
Yes,
I'm
so
going to stop my sharing now. And I presume we've all asked all our questions, and we don't have any more questions to ask. So we can end the meeting right now. Okay?
Okay, thank you, ma.
thank you so much, ma.
Fubara, you still have questions?
For
The
time,
way you said, okay, thank you, ma. As in, although I have a lot to ask, but if you say we should end, let us end.
No, it's fine, ma. When are we having our follow-up Zoom meeting?
When are you having what?
Zoom meetings.
You know that this is for our team. That's the Flourishing Chosen Ones. This is the newbies. I even forgot to share to the larger platforms, because sometimes we also carry them along, and we do because some uplines don't do the newbies orientation. And I think is the most important part of this business, because you really need to know what goes on in your back office, and then you kind of, sorry, excuse me, I need to drink water. Yeah, so we extend the link. Muti, please, next time, share on the newbies platform. You forgot to share today. Share on the newbies platform, that one where other people are. We cannot put them on our own platform because they are not my downlines, but a lot of them. So when we share the recordings now, please help me share with them so that you can at least watch the playbacks. I totally forgot. Somebody should have helped to share. I forgot to share. So please let me share with them so that they can also learn. All right. Bye, everyone. And
Thank you so
see you
much, ma.
next time.
Thank you, ma.
Bye.